Chapter 30:218. Under the augmentation of the ancient and modern battle, Su Zimo's aura surged, and his gaze intensified. His left eye was pitch black, and his right eye was pure white. He looked at Fengdu and said indifferently, "Fengdu, you've lost." Boom! Two beams of light, one black and one white, burst forth from Su Zimo's eyes and landed on the Tai horsetail whisk, with yin and yang as the ink and Tai as the brush. 6 ding and 6 jia in the book. Gods and ghosts shall disperse. Su Zimo held the Tai horsetail whisk and quickly wrote 12 mysterious runes in the void as he shouted softly. Under the activation of the power of yin and yang, released by candle illumination and nether glow, the 12 runes instantly transformed into 12 terrifying heavenly gods in front of Su Zimo. 6 men and 6 women. Tai's secret technique, 6 ding and 6 jia gods. The reason why the secret technique was only released now was because the combat strength of the 6 ding and 6 jia gods was directly related to the power of the essence spirit. The stronger the essence spirit, the stronger the secret technique, and the stronger the combat strength of the 6 ding and 6 jia gods. At that moment, Su Zimo released the Battle 9 Heavens, and the power of his essence spirit was pushed to its limits, infinitely close to that of a great emperor. This also meant that by relying on this Tai's secret technique, he could create 12 heavenly gods whose combat strength was infinitely close to that of a great emperor. Of course, the 6 ding and 6 jia gods were only condensed with the power of yin and yang. Without an essence spirit, they could not condense a world. Their true combat strength was definitely incomparable to experts of the same realm. However, in melee combat, Fengdu could not withstand the combined forces of the 12 heavenly gods. Su Zimo's eyes shone as he stepped on a turtle and snake and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. With the 6 ding and 6 jia gods behind him, he stepped on the river of time and pointed at Fengdu with a torrential aura. "Kill!" He gave the order. Su Zimo and the 6 ding and 6 jia gods charged towards Fengdu at the same time. Like a magnificent army, they burst forth with an unstoppable aura on the astral battlefield. Fengdu's expression was aghast, and he was greatly alarmed. His fleshly body was already badly damaged from the battle just now. Even a great emperor-level, primordial spirit couldn't do anything to Su Zimo. Right now, Su Zimo was leading 12 heavenly deities with terrifying auras. How was he supposed to defend himself? Boom, boom, boom. The 5 grotto heavens once again launched an attack on Fengdu's underworld. At the same time, Su Zimo and the 12 heavenly gods unleashed a torrential attack to kill Fengdu. Fengdu might not be able to win against Su Zimo alone. Moreover, there were also 12 heavenly gods with terrifying close-range combat prowess. Both sides exchanged blows again, and in almost an instant, Fengdu had already begun to retreat. In his underworld world, countless ghost emperors rushed out, holding up a world and blocking in front of Su Zimo. However, the worlds condensed by these ghost emperors couldn't even withstand the battle spears and long swords of the 12 heavenly deities, let alone fight against Su Zimo. The war spear danced, and the universe was reversed. The long sword streaked across the sky, cutting through heaven and earth. After Su Zimo summoned the 6 ding and 6 jia gods, he had already formed a crushing momentum and started a massacre. He was unstoppable. Seeing this scene, the living beings of all races felt incomparably excited. Even great Emperor Araki Takashi from back then was probably only SOSO. Why aren't you attacking? Are you waiting for me to be killed by him again? Fengdu dragged his broken body and retreated step by step. He could only rely on the power of the Netherworld Array to temporarily block the attacks of Su Zimo and the 6 ding and 6 jia gods. He was in a sorry state and screamed. Right at this moment, a sinister laugh sounded from heaven and earth, causing one to shudder. The next moment, a black-haired man appeared. He wore armor made of white bones that protected his vital parts tightly and held a bone spear in his hand. This man suddenly appeared in the starry sky and stood between heaven and earth. He looked down at Su Zimo and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods beside him with a cold gaze. His eyes seemed to reflect mountains of corpses and seas of blood. An unimaginably majestic pressure enveloped the 3,000 worlds and suppressed the hearts of the living beings of all races. This kind of pressure had only appeared when the great emperor descended during the War of the Heavens 2,000 years ago. Even when Fengdu appeared just now, he did not have such an aura. Everyone on planet Tianhuang looked at the man between heaven and earth and had already guessed his identity. They could not help but look pale and solemn. The Lord of Hell. This was a true great emperor expert. He was a terrifying existence that was on par with the Fiend Lord, the Evil Emperor, and the Brahma Ghost Mother back then. If the Emperor of Infinity had not sacrificed himself and used his flesh and blood to create the Avicii Hell to imprison this terrifying existence, who knew how much bloodshed this terrifying existence would have caused in the middle world? The heavenly tribulation 2,000 years ago not only killed the great Emperor Araki Takashi at that time, but also leveled the Taiwei Mountain and pierced through the Avicii Hell. This terrifying existence that had been suppressed for 2 eras was also released in this life. The Lord of Hell had returned and was bound to take revenge and start a massacre. Su Zimo, who was inextricably linked to the Emperor of Infinity, was the first to bear the brunt. The Lord of Hell might let some people go, but he would never let Su Zimo go. Why did you only come out now? Fengdu glanced at the Lord of Hell with a trace of resentment. The Lord of Hell said indifferently, "Since you want to become the Lord of Heaven and Earth, I naturally have to give you a chance to show your power. I did not expect that you could not even suppress a small ant." Fengdu snorted coldly. My 3 corpses' Dharma body was destroyed by him 2,000 years ago. If not, I would not have been defeated. The Lord of Hell did not continue to argue with Fengdu. Instead, he turned to look at Su Zimo and said in a cold voice, "You have indeed inherited the methods of the bald donkey Infinity. Since I have returned, I will erase all traces of infinity in this world. I will kill the ants that cultivate Buddhism. I will kill all living beings that are related to infinity even more." As soon as the sentence was finished, it spread throughout the 3,000 realms. These were the words of the great emperor, and they contained the will of the great emperor, not to mention the ordinary living beings. Even the imperial emperors were stunned for a moment. An invisible force shrouded the hearts of many experts. In this life, without the great emperor Araki Takashi and the great emperor Shuadai, who else could suppress the Lord of Hell? Could it be that they hoped that at this moment there would be someone in the middle world who could prove their Tao as a great emperor? The hearts of many experts gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. If the others were already in such a state, one could imagine the pressure that Su Zimo, who was confronting the Lord of Hell, was facing. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no trace of panic or fear on Su Zimo's face. His face was as calm as still water. Even in the face of the Lord of Hell, who had returned with great force, Su Zimo's eyes were still like an ancient well, without any fluctuations. "You should not have come back," Su Zimo suddenly said in a calm voice. The Lord of Hell raised his eyebrows. He did not understand the meaning of Su Zimo's words. Su Zimo said slowly, "If you had obediently ascended to the great 1,000 realms, it would have been fine. However, since you have chosen to return to the middle world, I will suppress you again on behalf of the Infinity Emperor." End of chapter. Chapter 32:19. The King of Hell's face darkened when he heard the name of the Wu Ji Emperor. You want to suppress me?" The King of Hell squinted his eyes and stared at Su Zimo coldly. Not only the King of Hell, but the others could not believe that Su Zimo, who was only at the Emperor-to-be realm, could suppress a great emperor. Even the martial Tao body back then couldn't do this. When Fengdu heard this, it was as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He sneered with a disdainful expression. Zemo could fight with him, but he was no match for the King of Hell. The King of Hell was a true great emperor. The difference in their combat power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zemo said calmly, "Not only will I suppress you, but I will also imprison you in the hell of Avicii so that you will never be reincarnated." When the King of Hell heard the hell of Avicii, he seemed to be greatly agitated. He recalled the pain he had suffered for 2 eras and suddenly became manic. He let out a long roar. "Dai Yuan!" The King of Hell looked ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The blood in his body surged, and the eerie hell behind him appeared. He reached out his huge hand, and a Tao seal appeared in his palm. He slammed it down on Zemo. The King of Hell was furious and used almost all of his strength in this attack. Not only did he release his blood, but he also held up a world and condensed the Tao seal of the great emperor. He was determined to kill Zemo on the spot. Before that palm strike even landed, the stars in the star region around Zemo were reduced to dust. Under the cover of the huge hand, Zemo's escape route was sealed. The first to suffer were the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods who were guarding around him. After all, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods did not have flesh and blood and primordial spirits. They were only condensed from the power of the sun and Yin. They were not true great emperors. The King of Hell's palm, which was supported by the Tao seal, was extremely fragile. Before the King of Hell's palm could touch them, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods could not withstand it. They collapsed and turned into the power of Yin and Yang and disappeared into heaven and earth. Ka. The bloodline vision and fighting soul behind Zemo were also crushed by the King of Hell's giant hand. Under the gazes of countless people, the Lord of Hell's gigantic hand descended from the sky. Zemo was truly as small as an ant. The difference was too great. The experts of the Heaven Wasteland domain, the Sword domain, the Blood Ape domain, the Great Wasteland domain, and other domains all felt a sense of powerlessness when they saw the scene. Even if they wanted to help, it would be useless. Before they could even enter the range of the giant hand, they were already dead. In the face of the King of Hell's attack, Zemo seemed to already know the outcome. He did not dodge. Instead, he closed his eyes and gave up resisting. However, no one noticed that right before Zemo closed his eyes, a bright light flashed through the depths of his eyes. From the heart to the heart, there's no place for the heart to stay. No worries about life and death. No illusions of the body and mind extinguish. Dharma is empty in all directions. There is no self in all Dharma. Zemo lowered his eyebrows and eyes and recited scriptures. However, the surrounding heaven and earth collapsed, and the starry sky collapsed. Amidst the deafening roar, his recitation was quickly drowned out. No one could hear it anymore. The 5 grotto heavens continued to spew out beams of light with phenomenons that protected Zemo's surroundings. The King of Hell's gigantic hand descended, and the Tao seal flashed. The 5 heavenly caves were still supporting and protecting Zemo, who was in the middle. However, the difference in power between the 2 sides was too great. The 5 heavenly caves collapsed completely and were annihilated by the King of Hell's palm. They turned into nothingness. Even Zemo disappeared without a trace. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. It was as if the King of Hell's palm had wiped him off the face of heaven and earth, leaving no trace behind. The heaven and earth gradually returned to peace. The armies that were fighting on the battlefield also gradually stopped fighting. Sighs could be heard all over the 3,000 realms. What a pity. Fengdu licked his lips and said, "Araki Takashi's Qinglian body was not bad, but you destroyed it just like that." The King of Hell frowned. There were countless beings in the world, but he was the only one who could sense a trace of abnormality. His attack just now was indeed terrifying. It was enough to kill that quasi-emperor ant. However, this palm strike was simply too clean. There was not even a drop of blood. The feeling he got was that desolate marshal did not seem to have been killed by him, but had suddenly disappeared. Had he disappeared right in front of him? How was that possible? A dim light surged in the King of Hell's eyes. He released a secret eye technique and looked in the direction where Su Zimo had disappeared. The King of Hell's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? Fengdu asked subconsciously when he saw the King of Hell's expression. Not bad. He's not dead. Fengdu's eyes were dark and murderous. He stared at the direction where Su Zimo had disappeared and said in a bone-chilling voice, "He's not dead." Fengdu hurriedly released his divine sense and swept it across the starry sky. Just as he had expected, under his divine sense, there was indeed a figure hiding there. It was Su Zimo who had just disappeared. However, Su Zimo's state was a little strange. It was as if he had sunk into layers of space. It was as if there was nothingness and no technique could touch him. Is this a forbidden spatial technique? Fengdu frowned and reacted immediately. However, he soon asked doubtfully, "This person is only a quasi-emperor. How could he release a forbidden technique and evade your attack?" The King of Hell's palm had not retracted. It was still suspended in the starry sky and could descend at any time. At this moment, the King of Hell suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. He subconsciously retracted his palm and could not help but be shocked. Even though he had just noticed that Su Zimo was not dead, he did not pay much attention to it. However, the sharp pain in his palm made his heart tremble. This meant that the force from before was already capable of injuring him and even threatening him. Then, under everyone's gaze, Su Zimo's figure appeared in the empty starry sky battlefield once again. He could not maintain his state of nothingness for too long. At this moment, the 5 grotto heavens behind him had already collapsed and disappeared. In their place was a world that seemed to contain heaven and earth, yin and yang, the 5 elements, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, life, and death. This world seemed to contain everything and tolerate nothing. When everyone looked over with rapt attention, everything inside had disappeared. What replaced it was a hazy gray fog, which was blurry and unclear. Vaguely, they could see a jade-green Qinglian soaring into the sky and swaying with light. This is Araki Takeshi's world? Zimo has entered the martial emperor realm. When the old man with the iron crown and the others saw this scene, they finally reacted and were overjoyed. I know now. Ling Long Immortal Emperor was enlightened and muttered softly. Zimo was using the King of Hell's hand to destroy his 5 grotto heavens and merge them back into one to form a world. Zimo's words just now and the mention of the Avicii Emperor and the Avicii Hell were to provoke the King of Hell and make him attack with all his might. End of chapter. Chapter 3220. All these years, Su Zimo had been traveling outside, sensing the world and comprehending Taoist techniques. His 5 grotto heavens had become increasingly powerful and indestructible. If he wanted to merge the 5 grotto heavens, he had to have enough power to destroy them, rebuild them, and merge them again. With Su Zimo's own strength, he couldn't do that at all. Even Fengdu couldn't destroy his 5 grotto heavens. Only great emperors had absolute power. Immortal Emperor Ling Long's guess was right. Su Zimo's words just now were to anger the Lord of Hell. The Avicii Hell had been penetrated and couldn't imprison the Lord of Hell at all. But when he heard about the Avicii Great Emperor and the Avicii Hell, the Lord of Hell couldn't help but recall the pain and torture he had suffered for 2 eras. He was enraged. Su Zimo also used the Lord of Hell to break through the bottleneck and step into the Great Emperor realm. Just as the 5 grotto heavens merged and formed a world, some fragmented memory fragments appeared in his mind again. There were many overlaps with the memory fragments when he stepped into the true self realm. There was blood and bones everywhere. All living beings wailed and withered. Apart from that, some new fragmented images appeared. There was yin and yang, lightning, slaughter, fire. These gradually disappeared, and in the end, everything returned to a state of chaos. It was gray and blurry. There was no light and no darkness. There were no 5 elements, and he couldn't feel the existence of space. He couldn't even feel the passage of time. Then, the chaos suddenly exploded and turned into black, gold, red, and green lights. They scattered at the end of the void and disappeared. And the green light seemed to fall from the sky, penetrating layers of the void and breaking through layers of barriers, and fell on Su Zimo's head. In the next moment, Su Zimo's body shook violently and he suddenly woke up. All of the memory fragments and intermittent scenes from just now had already disappeared. As for his world, it had already been formed. In this world, all the das and techniques of the 5 grotto heavens were merged. There were immortals, Buddhas, demons, heaven and earth, yin and yang, 5 elements, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, life and death, all techniques returned to one. In the end, these Taoist arts and forbidden secret scriptures became Su Zimo's fortune and fused into a world. Su Zimo originally thought that after stepping into the Emperor realm, he would be able to form a world of fortune. But at this moment, he faintly sensed that the world he'd condensed didn't just contain the energy of creation. In other words, the creation was only a part of it. Chaos! A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he suddenly thought of that word. He had come into contact with the theory of chaos back in Tianhuang mainland. At that time, Di Yin, who had once been his enemy, had comprehended 2 Jin Dan avatars in the Jin Dan realm, the primal chaos sea and the world cleansing Qinglian. He fused the 2 Jin Dan phenomenons together and created a new phenomenon, a Qinglian that was born in the sea of chaos. However, Su Zimo's creation Qinglian wasn't something that the world cleansing Qinglian could compare to. The chaos that appeared in his memories wasn't the primal chaos sea that Di Yin had comprehended. The chaos in those memory fragments was more primordial, more ancient, and more mysterious. This chaos seemed to be able to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. It wasn't just a matter, and the creation Qinglian seemed to be inextricably linked to this chaos. But now that he was facing a great enemy, he didn't have time to think too much. Su Zimo decided to temporarily call the world behind him the primal chaos world. The Lord of Hell, who was not far away, calmed down. He also realized that he had been used, and his gaze turned even darker. He looked at the world that Su Zimo had condensed behind him and narrowed his eyes. What had caused him to feel a piercing pain was this world. Of course, it was only a piercing pain. It was still far from being a match for him. After all, he was a great emperor. Even if Su Zimo had stepped into the great emperor realm, there was still a huge gap between them. When a great emperor condensed a Tao seal, his strength had already reached another level. Zimo has stepped into the great emperor realm. It seems like the middle world has a chance of surviving this calamity. When Foam Cantillon saw this, his spirits were lifted. I don't think so. The old man with the iron crown still looked worried. He said softly, when Araki Takashi had just entered the great emperor realm, he could only barely hold on against the combined attacks of the White Sky, Lord, and Fengdu. He even lost an arm. When the other experts heard this, they also recalled the scene back then and nodded secretly. Back then, when facing the combined attacks of the White Sky, Lord, and Fengdu, Wu Dao's original body was indeed severely injured and showed signs of defeat. Dai Yu had become a great emperor and joined the battle. She stood side by side with Araki Takashi and turned the situation around. After the start of the War of the Heavens, for some reason, Araki Takashi's combat strength suddenly increased greatly. He could even fight against several great emperors with his own strength. However, it also led to a disaster. Immortal King Linglong nodded and said, Zimo's Wu Dao's true body is an anomaly. It jumped out of the 3 realms and is not in the 5 elements. Because of this, after he released some kind of secret technique, his combat strength could break through the suppression of the middle world and reach another level. Although Zimo's Qinglian's true body is the only one in the world, it is not an anomaly. It is still within the rules of the heavenly Tao. The other experts revealed a look of realization. In other words, when Su Zimo stepped into the great emperor realm, no matter how strong his combat strength was, there was an upper limit. At most, it was close to the Lord of Hell. And on the Lord of Hell's side there was Fengdu, who was close to the great Emperor's combat strength. The joy that surged out of everyone was once again washed away by the worry that followed. The situation that Su Zimo was facing now was actually very similar to the situation 2,000 years ago. It was still Su Zimo facing a great emperor and Fengdu together. However, this time, Su Zimo was not an anomaly. He also did not know a secret technique that could break through the rules of the heavenly Tao, like Wu Dao. He also did not have great emperor blood, Butterfly, by his side. Araki Takashi, this time you don't have that great emperor blood Butterfly by your side. Let's see who else can help you. Fengdu also thought of this and shouted loudly. I don't need anyone's help to suppress the two of you. Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly. He held up a world and unleashed the secret technique of ancient and modern combat. He stepped on the river of time and went against the flow. Facing the Lord of Hell and Fengdu, he attacked first. He crossed the sea of stars in one step and descended in front of the Lord of Hell. You're courting death. The Lord of Hell was wearing a white bone armor and holding a white bone saber. Behind him, a dark and gloomy hell appeared. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. The smell of blood filled the sky and suppressed Su Zimo. At the same time, Fengdu also attacked with the underworld world. Boom! Su Zimo's world collided with the underworld world and exploded with an earth-shattering sound. The underworld world also descended, causing the chaos world to tremble continuously. The creation of the world, Qinglian, also shook continuously and released balls of brilliance. As the battle between the three experts broke out, the killing on the Heaven Realm battlefield began again. More and more domains joined in, and more experts rushed to the Heaven Realm battlefield to fight side by side with the cultivators of the Heaven Wasteland domain and the Sword World. Even with the endless number of creatures crawling out from the abyss of hell, even with the alliance of the Blood World, the Tomb World, and the other 5 domains, the Heaven Wasteland domain gradually stabilized the situation. The most important thing was still the battle between the great emperors. End of chapter. Chapter 32:21. Between Heaven and Earth. When Su Zimo stepped into the Dark Realm, his lifespan also increased dramatically. Ordinary Grotto Heavenly Kings had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, while ordinary Imperial Emperors had a lifespan of about 10 million years. And Su Zimo had condensed 5 Grotto Heavens, so his lifespan was 5 million years. After the 5 Grotto Heavens merged and transformed into the Chaos World, his lifespan increased by 10 times, reaching an astonishing 50 million years. With such a long lifespan, Su Zimo also extended the state of fighting ancient and modern. Even if fighting ancient and modern consumed an astonishing amount of lifespan, Su Zimo could still maintain his peak state for a long time. And stepping into the Dark Realm and releasing the battle ancient and modern also allowed Su Zimo's primordial spirit to completely break through the realm barrier and reach the Dark Realm. In the battle, Fengdu once again released the primordial spirit secret technique and even cast a primordial spirit curse on Su Zimo. It was all resolved by Su Zimo with the help of the Dark Realm primordial spirit. At this level, Fengdu was no longer a threat to Su Zimo. Fengdu's underworld world had a limited impact on the Chaos World. The real pressure came from the terrifying power of the Lord of Hell. Su Zimo's Chaos World could no longer hold on under the suppression of the underworld world and the underworld world. It was on the verge of collapse. Even if he stepped into the Dark Realm and his combat strength increased sharply, giving birth to the Chaos World, he still couldn't fight against a true Darch. The difference in strength between the Dark Realm and the Dark Realm was too great. Even back then, the powerful Wu Dao's original body was seriously injured by the joint forces of the White Sky, Lord, and Fengdu without releasing the Yuan Wu world. If he continued to fight, the Chaos World would have collapsed before his lifespan was exhausted. Seeing that the situation was settled, the Lord of Hell's attacks became more and more fierce. He sneered and said, Araki Takashi, Even if you step into the Dark Realm, you won't be able to touch my level. Today, you will definitely die. Not necessarily. Su Zimo's expression was fearless when he heard this, and his gaze was like a torch. Suddenly, he tossed the Tai Horsetail Whisk, the Trijade Rui Scepter, the 9 Heaven Life Soil, and the Qinglian sword into the air before controlling them with his divine sense to protect his surroundings. As a result, all 8 of his arms were free. For some reason, Fengdu suddenly felt his heart palpitate, and he couldn't help but frown slightly as he shouted, "Be careful!" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zimo's 4 heads shone with light at the same time. He activated his primordial spirit, and his 4 palms kept changing in midair. His fingers moved nimbly as if he was plucking the strings of a guqin. Mist surged between the gaps of his fingers. It was as if numerous faintly discernible Grand Daos had been born, and they emitted a terrifying aura. Forbidden technique? The Lord of Hell was slightly taken aback, but then he sneered. When one's technique reaches the pinnacle, it's close to the Tao. The so-called forbidden arts are merely the pinnacle of magical techniques. They are only infinitely close to the Tao, but have yet to touch the true Tao. In my hell, I have already condensed a complete Tao seal. Only when the great Tao manifests can the Tao seal manifest. The great Tao was formless. It couldn't be seen, nor could it be touched. Only when one's comprehension of a certain magical technique reached the pinnacle could the great Tao be manifested in the form of a Tao seal and merge it with the world that one cultivated. Under normal circumstances, this was an insurmountable gap in strength. Therefore, in the Lord of Hell's opinion, no matter what kind of forbidden technique Su Zimo had comprehended, it was still just a magical technique. His Tao seal was enough to destroy it. However, as soon as the Lord of Hell finished speaking, his expression changed slightly. He stared at Su Zimo's 4 palms and said seriously, "These are 4 types of forbidden techniques." Since ancient times, there were very few experts in the Emperor realm who could comprehend 2 types of forbidden techniques. Even in the Great Thousand World, there were only a few experts who could comprehend more than 2 types of forbidden techniques. The Lord of Hell had never thought that Su Zimo could comprehend 4 different types of forbidden techniques. What was even more terrifying was that he could release 4 types of forbidden techniques at the same time. One had to know that forbidden techniques were extremely taxing on one's primordial spirit. It was useless for an Emperor realm expert to comprehend too many forbidden techniques. Even at their peak, they could only release 2 types of forbidden techniques at most before their primordial spirit was exhausted. However, Su Zimo's primordial spirit had reached the level of a great emperor. With the help of the 4 heads and 8 arms, he was able to manifest 4 types of forbidden techniques at the same time. The Lord of Hell stopped looking down on Su Ke, and the cold smile on his face had long disappeared. Indeed, 1 or 2 forbidden techniques wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. However, when 4 types of forbidden techniques were unleashed at the same time, together with Araki Takashi's Qinglian bloodline and the battle's secret technique, the chaotic world that was created could indeed unleash a heaven-defying power that could turn the tide of the battle. The Lord of Hell did not want to lose to an ordinary Emperor Realm expert who had just stepped into the Emperor Realm. The Lord of Hell activated his blood chi, and his entire body was filled with an eerie nether chi. The bloodline vision condensed behind him, and the white bone armor on his body burned. In the hell world behind him, the Tao seal became clearer and clearer, and the aura of the hell world continued to rise. The Lord of Hell was ready to face Su Zimo's next attack. At this moment, he did not even notice that the situation was quietly changing. From him and Tao Wu joining forces to attack, to him and Tao Wu passively defending. At this moment, the momentum of this battle was quietly leaning towards Su Zimo. Restriction of the immortal Tao. Su Zimo's hand fell, and he was the first to form the first type of forbidden technique. Restriction of the Buddhist Tao. Following closely behind, the second type of forbidden technique descended. Restriction of the demonic Tao. restriction of yin-yang. The third and fourth types of forbidden techniques were released almost at the same time. In the past 2,000 years, Su Zimo's cultivation had reached the boundary Emperor realm, and now he had even stepped into the Emperor realm. However, this was not his greatest gain in these years. It was his comprehension of various Tao techniques. Although the 5 grotto heavens had merged and evolved into the chaotic world, Su Zimo had comprehended 5 different types of forbidden techniques through the 5 grotto heavens before this. However, limited by his cultivation realm, these forbidden techniques were at most at the level of quasi-forbidden. At this moment, he had stepped into the Emperor realm, and the power of his primordial spirit had skyrocketed, and he could finally release these forbidden techniques. Forbidden techniques consumed a lot of the primordial spirit, and with his Emperor-level primordial spirit, he could at most release 4 types of forbidden techniques at once. Even so, the 4 types of forbidden techniques descending almost at the same time created an extremely terrifying scene. The power of the 4 types of forbidden techniques caused the weather to change and the starry sky to tremble. Even Fengdu's underworld world could not withstand it, and it seemed like it would collapse at any time. Su Zimo propped up the chaotic world, and his qi and blood rose. The living soil of the 9 heavens, the Trijade Rui scepter, the Tai horsetail whisk, and the Qingping sword circled around him. He stepped on the river of time, and with the 4 types of forbidden techniques in his hands, he charged towards the Lord of Hell and Fengdu in front of him with a monstrous aura. At this moment, even the combined forces of the Lord of Hell and Fengdu were suppressed by Su Zimo alone in terms of aura. End of this chapter. Chapter 3222. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering collisions broke out in the battle between the 3 of them. The Lord of Hell and Fengdu kept retreating, completely at a disadvantage. The experts of the 10,000 races saw this scene and were greatly energized. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. Great Emperor Araki Takashi. The words Great Emperor Araki Takashi resounded in the 3,000 worlds again. The experts of the 10,000 races had seen the death of Wu Dao's original body with their own eyes. They had thought that the former Great Emperor Araki Takashi had died and his soul had dissipated. Now, they saw that Araki Takashi's original body of Qinglian could compete with a great emperor in the Emperor realm. He had even completely suppressed the Lord of Hell and Feng. Do this also meant that Su Zimo's combat power was now comparable to a great emperor's. I knew that the era of the 2 emperors wouldn't end so easily. Yes, although great Emperor Shuadai has fallen, in this era, we still have great Emperor Araki Takashi to guard the middle world and protect the 10,000 races. The morale of the experts of the Heaven Wasteland domain, Sword domain, Blood Ape domain, and other experts was greatly boosted. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Hell Army, Blood domain, and Tomb domain were a little confused. They showed signs of defeat and began to retreat. Don't panic. Hold on. Fengdu's voice suddenly sounded. The outcome of this battle is still unknown. In fact, the Lord of Hell and Fengdu were suppressed by Su Zimo's attacks, but the Lord of Hell's world condensed an unshakable Tao seal after all. Su Zimo had just entered the Emperor realm, and even with the 4 great forbidden techniques, he couldn't destroy the Hell world. Just as the Lord of Hell said, the power between the Emperor realm and the Great Emperor realm was an almost insurmountable gap, like a moat. Fengdu had seen this point and made an accurate judgment. Su Zimo couldn't afford to continue this battle at all. The Hell world was connected to the river Styx and had endless treasures. No matter how great the consumption, the Lord of Hell could withstand it. But Su Zimo was different. The reason why he was able to unleash such terrifying battle prowess was not only because of his powerful blood qi and the 4 great forbidden arts, but also because of the secret techniques of ancient and modern battles. As for the secret techniques of the ancient and modern battles, they could last for 10,000 years in one breath. Even if Su Zimo had a lifespan of 50 million, the duration of the battle was limited. If this stalemate continued, Suzumo would definitely lose. Araki Takashi, the Lord of Hell, gradually got a chance to take a breather from Suzumo's attacks. The smile on his face reappeared. He said slowly, "I've said it before. No matter how powerful the forbidden art is, it's only close to the Great Way. It can't affect my Taoist seal." Suzumo did not say a word. His face was as calm as still water as he maintained his powerful offensive. He, the Lord of Hell, sneered. "Araki Takashi, is this all you've got? How disappointing. The 4 forbidden techniques are nothing more than this." "Really?" Suzumo suddenly asked. His 4 palms, which were originally empty, were once again forming hand seals. They constantly changed in midair and condensed into mysterious and profound seals. What he had comprehended over the years was not just the 4 forbidden techniques. Just the 5 grotto heavens alone had evolved into 5 different forbidden techniques. However, Suzumo still had some misgivings in his heart, so he had been holding back. But now, if he could not suppress the Lord of Hell and Fengdu as soon as possible, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Thinking of this, Suzumo did not hesitate anymore. He was prepared to use thunderous means to suppress the Lord of Hell and Fengdu first. Long swords fell from the sky and landed around the Lord of Hell and Fengdu. With the swords as tombstones, they formed sword tombs. This was the forbidden art that had evolved from the Daluo sword tomb. Other than the Daluo sword tomb, it also contained the white tiger devouring corpse, the 3 great sword techniques, and various other ultimate killing secret techniques. The combination of 10,000 techniques allowed Suzumo to sense the Tao of massacre and comprehend this forbidden art of massacre. The 5th forbidden technique descended. The Lord of Hell and Fengdu's expressions changed drastically. It was not only because of the appearance of the 5th forbidden technique, but also because the killing power of this 5th forbidden technique was too strong. Originally, with the Lord of Hell in front of him, Fengdu was almost unharmed. But at this moment, even the Lord of Hell could not protect Fengdu. Slaughter was everywhere, and there was no way it could not penetrate. The forbidden art of massacre descended, and the killing power had already trapped the Lord of Hell and Fengdu, sealing all their exits. The appearance of the 5 forbidden techniques at the same time caused Suzumo's attack to rise to another level. The Lord of Hell's pressure soared, and he could not care about Fengdu at all. Under the encirclement of the forbidden art of massacre, Fengdu's originally broken body was already riddled with holes and could collapse at any time. The Lord of Hell glanced at Fengdu. There was a complicated look in his eyes. The Lord of Hell did not say it explicitly, but he was telling Fengdu that he could not take care of himself and could no longer protect Fengdu. Even if Fengdu died, he would not die and would make a comeback in the future. The Lord of Hell used all his energy and mind to resist Suzumo's attack, leaving Fengdu to fend for himself. As long as he continued to hold on and dragged on until Araki Takashi's lifespan ran out, he would be the final winner of this battle. Just as this thought came to his mind, under Suzumo's 6th palm, another great Tao faintly appeared. This palm lightly slapped towards the Lord of Hell and Fengdu. It seemed soft and powerless, and it posed no threat. But the Lord of Hell and Fengdu felt a chill down their spines, and their expressions changed drastically. Nank Palm! The Lord of Hell and Fengdu exclaimed at the same time. How could it be? This was the evil emperor's secret technique. No, this was not Nank Palm. It was just that this palm technique contained the power of the dream realm. This was the 6th forbidden technique that Suzumo had comprehended, the forbidden dream realm. This forbidden technique was completely due to the earth-shattering war of the heavens 2,000 years ago. Not only had Suzumo witnessed it with his own eyes, but he had also personally experienced it. In that battle, he had even accidentally released a similar Tao technique to kill young master Xian Tian. The 6th forbidden technique descended, and it came from the evil emperor's forbidden dream realm. Although this forbidden dream realm was not as powerful as the evil emperor's Nangpom, it still affected the Lord of Hell and Fengdu greatly. The two of them suddenly felt dazed. The time was extremely short. Soon, the two of them regained their senses. But it was during this moment of daze that the seventh forbidden technique descended. What? The Lord of Hell was shocked. Before he could react, he heard Su Zimo sigh softly. He did not even look at the Lord of Hell and Fengdu. At this moment, Su Zimo seemed to be in a daze. He recalled something, and a heart-wrenching sadness flashed past his eyes. At that moment, a beautiful figure seemed to be reflected in Su Zimo's eyes, and this beautiful figure was lying in his arms. Her lifespan was exhausted, and she was gradually withering away. The seventh forbidden technique, withering. Forbidden time. End of chapter. Chapter 32:23. Withering. With the fleeting youth, morning bell, and evening drum, and ancient and modern battle as the foundation, one could comprehend time and time. However, for many years, Su Zimo was still unable to truly come into contact with the great Tao of time, until he recalled the 1,000 years he spent with Yao Shui in the lower realm. He recalled the scene of Yao Shui lying in his arms. She didn't age, but her lifespan was depleted and she gradually withered away. The pain at that moment was indescribable. Time was the most ruthless and cruel. Even though he was extremely capable, there was nothing he could do. He could only look on helplessly as Yao Shui left him. Time was everywhere. Most living beings cultivated for nothing more than longevity, to extend their lifespan and resist the passage of time. Many powerful beings spent their entire lives fighting against time. This was the power of time. No one could avoid it, unless one ascended to the greater world. There was a chance to unravel the secret of eternal life. However, in the middle world, even the Lord of Hell and Fengdu couldn't resist the power of time. The restriction of time was thus born. To be precise, Su Zimo was able to comprehend this forbidden technique because of Yao Shui. The king of Hell's face turned pale when he saw the seventh forbidden technique. Fengdu's eyes were filled with disbelief. His battered body had been smashed into pieces by the impact of the seven forbidden techniques. Although he had the primordial spirit of a great emperor, he couldn't resist the attack of the seven forbidden techniques and the terrifying impact of the restriction of time. In an instant, Fengdu's primordial spirit withered rapidly with Su Zimo's sigh. His life force was depleted. The Lord of Hell couldn't even take care of himself. How could he care about Fengdu? Fengdu's primordial spirit dissipated with a mournful cry. The Lord of Hell, who had just reappeared after 2,000 years and was preparing to establish the heavenly court and become the Lord of Heaven and Earth, was once again suppressed by Su Zimo. Fengdu was defeated by the same person twice. One could imagine the resentment and unwillingness in his heart. The power of the seven forbidden techniques was like a violent storm, bursting forth with extremely terrifying power. The flames on the Lord of Hell's white bone armor had already been extinguished. The densely packed bone fragments began to vibrate as if they would fall off at any moment. The bloodline phenomenon behind the Lord of Hell had started to dissipate. He could only rely on the Taoist seal to support the crumbling Hell world. This was the difference between great emperors and great emperors. This was the distance between the art and the Tao. Even the seven great forbidden arts couldn't defeat the Lord of Hell. They could only shake his Taoist seal. Ha 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 ha. The aura of the Lord of Hell had been completely suppressed by Su Zimo. His hair was disheveled, and he looked embarrassed, but he still let out a burst of crazy laughter. Araki Takashi, in the end, you will never be able to cross this barrier of strength. Su Zimo didn't say anything. He just stared at the Lord of Hell with an emotionless face. His eyes were cold. His eighth palm swept through the air, creating a storm. The Lord of Hell's pupils suddenly contracted. He had thought that the seventh forbidden art was Su Zimo's limit. To his surprise, Su Zimo had unleashed his eighth forbidden art right after his provocation. How was it possible that he had unleashed 8 forbidden arts? This person's primordial spirit was able to sustain the power of 8 forbidden arts. The Lord of Hell naturally didn't know that Suzimo's primordial spirit had not only merged with the Dragon Phoenix primordial spirit and cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, but he had also merged with the divine power of the candlelight and ghostly light. This was also the reason why he could reach the great Emperor realm. If it were someone else, even if they had comprehended 8 forbidden arts, their primordial spirit would have collapsed the moment they unleashed them. You haven't seen her before. At this moment, Suzimo suddenly spoke in the midst of the battle. Today, I will let you see what she is capable of. The storm was extremely small. However, in the storm, a blood-red butterfly gradually appeared. As the blood-red butterfly gently flapped its wings, the storm became bigger and bigger. It quickly swept through the starry sky, forming a blood-red storm that was about to tear the heavens and earth apart and destroy everything. The 8th forbidden art, the restriction of storm. The birth of this forbidden art was entirely due to Dai Yu's teachings. Seeing this scene, the experts of the myriad races had complicated feelings, and their expressions were filled with emotions. Some of the monster race experts from the Great Wasteland domain had red eyes and streaks of tears flowed down their cheeks. This was the Great Wasteland domain's Blood Butterfly Emperor. She was also the Middle World's Blood Butterfly Emperor. When this blood-red butterfly appeared in the world again, even if it was just a forbidden art, it was enough to move everyone. The era of the 2 emperors had never passed. In everyone's mind, they couldn't help but recall the scene 2,000 years ago when Emperor Araki Takashi and Emperor Blood Butterfly joined forces to fight against the Heavenly Court's lords. At this moment, the same thought flashed across everyone's mind. If Emperor Blood Butterfly was still around, she wouldn't have allowed the Lord of Hell to act so arrogantly in the middle world. Withering was comprehended because of Yao Shui, and this restriction of storm was comprehended because of Dai Yu by Suzimo. 2,000 years wasn't a long time. It passed in the blink of an eye. Even with Suzimo's talent, he couldn't step into the great Emperor realm. He could only cultivate to the quasi-Emperor realm. However, 2,000 years wasn't a short time either. It allowed him to comprehend 8 forbidden arts. Only he had personally experienced the War of the Heavens and fought against the great emperors. Moreover, he was still alive. He had seen the techniques of the lords of the heavenly courts and the demonic emperor's techniques. He could sense every detail of the battle between the martial monarchs. This kind of experience couldn't be replicated. It was also difficult for others to experience it. For 2,000 years, Suzimo had never closed his eyes. He had always been comprehending the techniques that he had seen in the War of the Heavens. He didn't dare to stop comprehending and cultivating. Once he stopped, he would involuntarily recall the scene of Dai Yu's death. Endless pain would hit him like a tidal wave. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Under the impact of the 8 forbidden arts, cracks started to appear in the Lord of Hell's world. It was about to collapse. His Tao seal couldn't hold on any longer. Its light dimmed. The Lord of Hell's white bone armor started to fall off. Bloody wounds started to appear on his body. Suzimo made use of his 4 heads and 8 arms to unleash the 8 forbidden arts. He had almost pushed his combat strength to the limit. However, it seemed like he was still a little short of completely suppressing the Lord of Hell. At this moment, Suzimo's figure suddenly became blurry. It was as if he was hiding in another part of the void. The 9th forbidden art, nihility, restriction of space. This wasn't a killing forbidden art. It didn't have much attacking power. However, 9 was the limit. When the 9 forbidden arts landed on one person at the same time, they would finally break through the gap between the great emperors. They would break through the barrier between techniques and Daos. The 9 prohibitions covered the sky. 9 great Daos appeared vaguely. They formed a Tao seal between heaven and earth. The seal then pressed down on the Lord of Hell. Ah! The Lord of Hell roared. He wanted to resist with all his might. However, under the 9 prohibitions Tao seal, his body was full of holes. His hell world had completely collapsed. The Tao seal was also full of cracks. He couldn't resist at all. The Lord of Hell was about to die. End of chapter. Chapter 32:24. All of a sudden, all the beings in the 3,000 worlds seemed to have sensed something and looked up. Even the battlefield in the heaven realm paused for a moment. An unimaginable pressure shrouded the 3,000 worlds. This is many kings and emperors who had experienced the war of the heavens trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Someone has reached the middle 1,000 worlds. After more than 2,000 years, another great emperor has reached the middle 1,000 worlds. This was the scene when Blood Butterfly Empress reached the middle 1,000 worlds. In this generation, there is Great Emperor Araki Takashi. This new Great Emperor will definitely defeat the Lord of Hell, protect the middle 1,000 worlds, and overturn the heavenly court. Many experts were excited, and their faces were filled with joy. Only the experts from the Heaven Wasteland domain, Sword domain, Dragon domain, and other large domains were still frowning. They looked up at the sky with solemn expressions. A mark of the 8 trigrams of the universe appeared in the sky. It was getting clearer and clearer. It's him. Ling Long, Immortal Emperor, shouted when she saw the mark. The hearts of the Iron Crown Elder and the others sank when they heard this. The situation that they were most worried about had happened. The Patriarch of the Academy had reached the Great Emperor realm. Moreover, at the moment when Suzimo was about to defeat the Lord of Hell, the Patriarch of the Academy was very ambitious. He had been hiding for so many years just for this moment. The Iron Crown Elder, Ling Long, Immortal Emperor, and the others knew that the Patriarch of the Academy would definitely side with the Lord of Hell. Suzimo had used all his strength to defeat the Lord of Hell and Fengdu. Even if he could defeat the Lord of Hell, he would not have much combat power left. Now, the Patriarch of the Academy had reached the Great Emperor realm. Moreover, he was the Great Emperor of the middle 1,000 worlds. This was a huge disaster for the beings in the 3,000 worlds. In the middle 1,000 worlds, the Patriarch of the Academy's combat power would be unleashed to the extreme. He would even be stronger than the Lord of Hell. Even if Suzimo was at his peak and used the 9 great forbidden techniques, he might not be able to defeat the middle 1,000 worlds Patriarch of the Academy. Moreover, Suzimo had used up all his strength to defeat the middle 1,000 worlds. The consumption of the 9 great forbidden arts on the primordial spirit was unimaginable. Even Suzimo's martial monarch, primordial spirit, could not hold on any longer. He felt dizzy. Not to mention the Patriarch of the Academy. If Fengdu were to make a comeback, he would be in grave danger given his condition. Could it be that everything is predestined? Seeing this scene, Elder Xian muttered, back then when Emperor Araki Takashi was in danger, Empress Shuedai reached the middle 1,000 stage. And now, when the Lord of Hell is about to die, he has also proven his Tao. Could it be that this is the fate of the middle 1,000 realm? The old man with the iron crown was also at a loss. In order to break through the 9 heavens and crush the heavenly court, under the leadership of the great ancient emperors, the myriad races of the middle worlds fought for several epochs. Countless experts had fallen 2,000 years ago. Under the leadership of Great Emperor Araki Takashi and Great Emperor Blood Butterfly, the heavenly court was finally destroyed. But who would have thought that in the past 2 years, darkness would descend once again, shrouding the middle-class world? Ha ha ha! The heavens have not forsaken me. The Lord of Hell sensed this scene and was overjoyed. His eyes were burning with flames as he laughed. Suzimo naturally realized what had happened. He was still expressionless. He only sighed softly in his heart. His eyes dimmed for a moment before returning to normal. Of course, he didn't believe in fate. He also didn't think that this was a coincidence. Suzimo even guessed that the Patriarch of the Academy could take this step at any time. It was just that he chose to do so at this time. Zimo had originally planned to use thunderous means to suppress the Lord of Hell and Fengdu to temporarily resolve the crisis of the Middle Thousand Realm. As long as he had another 1,000 years or even a few hundred years, he would have the opportunity to use the 3 pure jade booklet to increase his cultivation level and enter the great success stage of the Emperor Realm. As long as he reached the great success stage of the Emperor Realm, even if the Patriarch of the Academy were to join forces with the Lord of Hell and Fengdu, he would still be able to fight them. Unfortunately, he was still one step away. The Patriarch of the Academy's Heaven and Earth Taoist seal descended. No matter how strong Zimo's 9 limits Taoist seal was, it couldn't resist the dual power of the Heaven and Earth Taoist seal and the Hell Taoist seal. Puff! The Lord of Hell's figure flew out and spat out blood. Although he was severely injured and his hell world was shattered, he survived. The Taoist seal, formed by the intertwining of 9 great Taoist seals, was already at the end of its tether. In the end, it still couldn't resist the Heaven and Earth Taoist seal, formed by the Patriarch of the Academy. Under the gaze of countless people, the 9 limits Taoist seal gradually dissipated. Zimo's figure swayed slightly and his face turned pale. The attack just now had consumed too much of his energy. As the Heaven and Earth Taoist seal descended, a figure slowly appeared and walked down from the Netherworld array. The Patriarch of the Academy was wearing a long robe. He had his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. His broad forehead seemed to contain infinite wisdom, and he looked calm. There seemed to be a flight of stairs beneath his feet. The Patriarch of the Academy walked over and looked down at Zimo with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Behind the Patriarch of the Academy, there was a dense army of the sorcerer tribe. Their eyes were green, and they were filled with murderous intent. Zimo, you've lost. The Patriarch of the Academy smiled slightly. Since the day he lost to Wu Dao's original body, he knew that he could only endure and wait for the right time. After enduring for so many years, he finally waited for this day. He had been holding this sentence in his heart for many years. In his life, he had made countless plans and taken every possibility into account. However, he had only lost twice to Zimo. He could lose once or twice, but he definitely wouldn't lose a third time. Furthermore, the Rocky Takashi, who posed the greatest threat to him, was already dead. No matter how talented Zimo was, even if he had the bloodline of the creation Qinglian, everything was within his calculations. In the face of the Patriarch of the Academy's words, Zimo remained silent. He merely adjusted his breathing and tried his best to recover the strength of his essence spirit. Naturally, this scene could not be hidden from the Patriarch of the Academy. However, he did not care. He was already an emperor, and everything was under his control. Do you know why you lost? The Patriarch of the Academy asked with a smile. Zimo remained silent and merely looked at the Patriarch of the Academy coldly. Even though Zimo did not respond, the Patriarch of the Academy was still in high spirits and continued. If I were you, I would choose to cultivate in seclusion until I reached the perfected Emperor realm. So what if the heavenly courts are re-established? So what if the living beings of the 10,000 races are massacred? What do the lives of these ants have to do with me? You have too many concerns and are not patient enough. You are not heartless enough. How can you defeat me? Hearing this, the Lord of Hell glanced at the Patriarch of the Academy and nodded secretly. No wonder Fengdu had such a high evaluation of him. This kind of extremely calm and cold-blooded person could seize any opportunity that could be used. In this chaotic world, it was indeed possible for him to live a better life. However, Zimo was not the Patriarch of the Academy after all. The two of them had different paths. The Patriarch of the Academy looked around and looked at the elders with the Iron Crown and the other emperors. He said lightly, "In the past few years, all of you have made a name for yourselves here. However, I only need one chance to ascend to the heavens and surpass all of you. I'm not afraid to tell you that it was my idea to re-establish the heavenly courts. From today onwards, there is no Patriarch of the Academy. I will be the master of the heavenly courts and the only celestial emperor since ancient times. End of chapter. Chapter 32:25. Only the patriarch of the Academy's voice was left in the world, echoing endlessly. All the beings raised their heads to look at the figure that gave off a terrifying aura. Confusion appeared in their eyes, and for a moment they did not dare to believe their eyes. This was the great emperor of the middle world. But now he wanted to enslave everyone and trample the middle world under his feet. The old man with the iron crown, immortal Emperor Linglong, and the other experts were silent. A deep sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Even when facing the combined forces of Fengdu and the Lord of Hell, no one was afraid or hesitated. At that time, there was at least a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. But now, they were facing the great emperor of the middle world who had already proven his Tao. In this world, the patriarch of the Academy was the most supreme expert. No one could defeat him. Even in the past few eras, there were at least 2 great emperors who wanted to suppress and kill the great emperor of the middle world. In the Avicii era, the Avicii great emperor even suppressed and trapped 2 great emperors by himself. But after the last war of the heavens, the 9 lords of the heavenly court had returned to the greater world. The demon lord, the evil emperor, and the Brahma ghost mother had also ascended to the greater world. Araki Takashi and the blood butterfly great emperor had both fallen. How could there be 2 great emperors left to suppress the patriarch of the Academy? The reason why the sect leader of the Academy was so confident and could speak so freely was because he was truly invincible in this world. Just as he said, he would become the only celestial emperor in several eras. Celestial Emperor, this title is not bad. Su Zimo suddenly smiled and said, "But if I call myself the Celestial Emperor, it would be too shameless." The Patriarch of the Academy was not angry when he heard this. Su Zimo, the Patriarch of the Academy, smiled and said, "Although I lost to you twice, you are not my opponent at all. Back then, if the Emperor's tomb did not suddenly appear, you would have been refined by me. You would not have lived until now." The Patriarch of the Academy did not want to kill Su Zimo in a hurry. He had waited for this moment for too long. If he directly killed Su Zimo, it would be too boring. He enjoyed this process very much. The Patriarch of the Academy said, "Even if you were lucky enough to escape, you would still end up the same way. Those who oppose me are destined to fail. Above the heaven realm." Feng Cantillon looked at the old man with the iron crown and immortal Emperor Linglong with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He sent a message with his divine sense. Perhaps Zimo still has something up his sleeve? The old man shook his head slightly. Immortal Emperor Linglong's expression darkened. She glanced at Su Zimo and sighed in her heart. Su Zimo's current state was already extremely weak. Even if Su Zimo was at his peak, or even if he could reach the great success of the Emperor realm, he would not stand a chance against the Patriarch of the Academy. There was an upper limit to the strength of a medium-class world. As for the Patriarch of the Academy, he had proven his Tao in the middle world. His combat power was the upper limit of the middle world. Unless the Araki Takashi from 2,000 years ago could come back from the dead and break this limit again, only then would he have a chance to suppress the Patriarch of the Academy. Your wisdom and cultivation are not as good as mine, but your talent is not bad. To be able to create a true body and become an anomaly. Even I can't deduce any information about you. The Patriarch of the Academy praised. To be fair, as long as your Wu Dao true body is still alive, I will not dare to show myself. I live cautiously as if I am treading on thin ice. He made me feel unprecedented fear, but unfortunately, the Patriarch of the Academy said with a look of pity, he is an anomaly after all. The heavens were jealous and sent down a heavenly tribulation, causing his death and vanishing. Of course, the Patriarch of the Academy changed the topic and smiled. It is also thanks to your Wu Dao true body that broke the 9 heavens, destroyed the heavenly court, suppressed several great emperors, and created an unprecedented situation. That was why I was able to obtain this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and reach the heavens in a single step. You are so talkative. The Lord of Hell was recovering from his injuries. Suddenly he snorted coldly and impatiently urged, "Hurry up and kill him, as well as the group of ants. Kill them all." The Patriarch of the Academy continued to smile. He had become a celestial emperor, and his combat power was above the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell's commanding tone made him unhappy, and he secretly wanted to kill him. However, whether it was Fondue or the Lord of Hell, they were obviously connected to the Great Thousand World. In the Great Thousand World, the Lord of Hell could be a powerhouse. The Patriarch of the Academy did not want to have any head-on conflict with him. He still wanted to borrow the power of the Lord of Hell and continue to cultivate after he ascended to the Great Thousand World. However, this did not mean that the Lord of Hell could order him around at will. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through the Patriarch of the Academy's mind. However, he did not show it, and no one could tell what he was thinking. "What other tricks do you have?" "Soul Lamp, Life, and Death Book, 2 Inyon Divine Stones." The sect master of the Academy was extremely familiar with Su Zimo's methods and was nonchalant about it. These tricks were no threat to him. The Patriarch of the Academy had a mocking look in his eyes, and he said, "It's time to end this." As soon as he finished speaking, the Patriarch of the Academy's eyes were like torches. He took a step forward, waved his sleeves, and held up the merciless heaven. The heaven and earth Taoist seal exuded an unstoppable aura and suppressed Su Zimo. Even when facing Su Zimo, who was at the end of his rope, the Patriarch of the Academy did not hold back. In the face of the Patriarch of the Academy's attack, Su Zimo's face was calm. There was no panic, no fear, only relief. It was not that he did not have a backup plan. However, once this backup plan was released, he would definitely die. This was also the reason why Su Zimo sighed when he saw the Patriarch of the Academy appear. He knew that he would not be able to ascend to the Great Thousand World to find Daiyu. Whoosh! Suddenly, a war soul rose, as though it wanted to break through heaven and earth. Su Zimo's figure expanded continuously along with the war soul. In the blink of an eye, he was already above the firmaments and stepping on the galaxy. The war soul fused with Su Zimo's body as one. That figure exuded an incomparably violent and terrifying aura, as though it could destroy everything with a flip of its hand. It was not even disadvantaged against the Patriarch of the Academy. However, Su Zimo's black hair had already turned white. He looked like he had one foot in the grave and could die at any moment. The final move of the battle catalog, Battle 9 Heavens. The release of this secret skill caused Su Zimo's combat strength to rise to the limit in a short period of time. His lifespan was almost completely depleted in an instant. Back then, the Emperor of Battle released Battle 9 Heavens and exhausted 10 million years of his lifespan to kill the Great Heaven Emperor. In this lifetime, Su Zimo did not just exhaust 10 million years of his lifespan, but close to 50 million. His combat strength had already risen to the limits of a medium-class world. At the very least, at this moment, he possessed the strength to kill the Patriarch of the Academy. This was his final gamble. He had exhausted his lifespan and released his life in an instant, staying in this moment forever to achieve eternity. End of chapter. Chapter 3226. Zimo. Great Emperor Araki Takeshi. Sorrowful cries sounded from all over the middle world. Many people had witnessed this scene in the War of the Heavens 2,000 years ago. The fat and thin elders of the Sword World and the old ape of the Blood Ape World had sacrificed themselves and burned their lifespans to advance. 2,000 years later, Great Emperor Araki Takeshi had also stepped forward to fight for the Middle World and the living beings of the 10,000 races. He did not hesitate and fought with his life on the line. At this moment, the living beings of the 10,000 races felt a stirring sorrow that shook their hearts. Everyone knew that with Great Emperor Araki Takeshi's means, no one could stop him if he wanted to break through the obstruction of Fondue and the Lord of Hell and ascend to the greater world. However, he still chose to stay in the middle world and suppress Fengdu. He faced the two great emperors, the Patriarch of the Academy and the Lord of Hell, and fought the 9 heavens with a heart of death. Some people were moved to tears. Some people averted their gazes, not daring to watch the final outcome. No matter the outcome of this battle, Great Emperor Araki Takashi would fall. They could not bear to accept this outcome. Between heaven and earth. The moment Suzumo released the battle of the 9 heavens, the Lord of Hell's expression changed drastically. Of course, he knew how terrifying this secret technique was. Back then, the Battle of the 9 Heavens had used this secret technique to kill the great Emperor of Great Heaven. He had just experienced a great battle and was severely injured. In his current state, there was no way he could withstand it after burning 50 million years of lifespan. Even if he and the Patriarch of the Academy worked together, it was unknown if they could withstand this attack, let alone him. The Lord of Hell's Hell World had just been shattered and could not reform in a short period of time. He could only use the cracked Dao seal to block in front of him. On the other side, when the Patriarch of the Academy saw Suzumo release the Battle of the 9 Heavens mystic technique, his expression was unusually calm. There was even a faint trace of mockery in his eyes. After witnessing the terror of the old apes' battle of the 9 heavens, how could he not be prepared for this move? With his battle prowess, if he wanted to contend against Battler Jiutian, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. The Patriarch of the Academy had appeared before Suzumo was about to suppress the Lord of Hell. He had saved the Lord of Hell just for this moment. He wanted the Lord of Hell to help him take some of the damage from the Battle of 9 Heavens. This scene was also within his calculations. Fengdu was already dead, and with the help of Suzumo, he could suppress the Lord of Hell and become the supreme celestial emperor. The barrier of the 3 worlds had already been repaired. If Fengdu and the Lord of Hell wanted to come back to life, they would need thousands of years or even longer. During this period of time, he would completely control the middle 1,000 worlds and become the master of all living beings. The world was a chessboard, and all living beings were chess pieces. Suzumo was white-haired. He held the Qinglian sword with both hands and slashed it down at the Patriarch of the Academy and the Lord of Hell. Crack! The Dao seal of the Lord of Hell shattered and was cut in half by the sword. The long sword sliced through the Lord of Hell's body and sliced him into 2 halves. The terrifying sword Qi burst out and shredded the Lord of Hell's body into pieces. The pieces fell into the Milky Way and dyed the Milky Way red. The Lord of Hell's blood energy was too strong. Even though he was dead, he still caused huge waves in the Milky Way. What was more terrifying was that the sword radiance of the Qinglian sword dimmed as it was washed away by the blood energy of the Lord of Hell. It was as if it was covered with a layer of filth. Araki Takashi, you can't kill me. I'll be back. The resentment of the Lord of Hell could be heard in the blood-red Milky Way. Suzumo did not care about the Lord of Hell. He only stared at the direction of the sword. As long as he could kill the Patriarch of the Academy, the middle 1,000 worlds would have a chance. The Patriarch of the Academy stepped on the 9 palaces, and a mysterious array appeared under his body. The array rotated continuously, and 8 huge doors appeared around his world at the same time. Open door, rest door, life door, death door, shock door, pain door, limit door, and view door. 8 doors open. The Patriarch of the Academy shouted softly. The 8 doors opened at the same time, and a terrifying aura gushed out. The figure of the Patriarch of the Academy became faintly discernible as he was surrounded by the 8 doors. The 8 doors were extremely powerful and mysterious. They were comparable to the 10 doors of hell formed by Wu Dao's original body. Boom! Qinglian's sword landed on the 8 doors, and a loud sound was heard. The 8 doors shook continuously, and cracks appeared on them in the blink of an eye. The 8 doors could not withstand the power of the sword of the 9 heavens battle master. Crack! The 8 doors shattered. The sword edge pierced straight through, but the clan leader of the academy gradually disappeared into the void with a smile on his face. The sword peak slashed down, and only cut off the corner of the Patriarch of the Academy's robe. It fluttered in the wind. A yin-yang array appeared under the feet of the Patriarch of the Academy. It was extremely similar to Su Zimo's Tai yin-yang escape. Although he did not obtain the inheritance of Tai, the Patriarch of the Academy had obtained the 12 ancient talismans of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia gods contain the power of yin and yang. With these 12 ancient talismans, the Patriarch of the Academy deduced a Dao technique similar to the Tai yin-yang escape. Together with the 9 palaces array, he escaped from the battlefield. The Patriarch of the Academy did not intend to take on Su Zimo's 9 heavens battle master head-on. He did not need to. As long as he dodged this sword, he would win. The sword peak slashed through the air and paused slightly. It did not stop. Although this sword slashed the Lord of Hell, Su Zimo had already locked onto the aura of the Patriarch of the Academy. The sword peak followed this aura and went against the heavens. It rushed into the clouds and slashed towards the netherworld array. Boom! The sword peak slashed on the netherworld array that sealed the middle world, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. It was deafening. Cracks appeared on the netherworld array, and its foundation was shaken. However, this sword aura was resisted by the Lord of Hell, blocked by the 8 strange doors, and destroyed the netherworld array. In the end, it dissipated and turned into nothingness. The Patriarch of the Academy had also suggested that Fundu set up this netherworld array. Other than sealing the middle world, it was also for this moment. Everything was going according to his plan. The Patriarch of the Academy stood on top of the netherworld array. His figure appeared again and gradually became clearer. He looked down at Su Zimo with a smile on his face. "You have lost," the Patriarch of the Academy said with his hands behind his back. When Su Zimo saw the sword aura dissipate in front of the netherworld array, he had already realized that the situation was over. His eyes gradually dimmed. All his efforts were for naught. In the end, he had still lost. His defeat also meant that the medium-class world would usher in a dark and gloomy era. Sigh. Su Zimo sighed softly in his heart. A huge sense of exhaustion surged in his heart. Su Zimo could no longer hold on. He fell down, and his figure disappeared into the blood-red galaxy. At this moment, the world seemed to have quietened down. Countless living beings in the 3,000 worlds watched this scene silently. Their eyes gradually turned red. Emperor Araki Takashi had fallen, the figure that did not hesitate to fight against the heavens for the sake of all living beings had also exhausted his lifespan at this moment. He had died. Everyone was unwilling to believe it. However, the era of the 2 emperors had really passed. Large numbers of living beings knelt down in the direction where Emperor Araki Takashi had fallen. Their eyes were filled with tears as they sent the emperor off. The middle world was sorrowful, and all living beings were crying. End of chapter. Chapter 32:27. He, the Patriarch of the Academy, suddenly laughed and muttered softly, "Su Zimo, you still lost in the end." He had a deep obsession with the outcome of the battle between the 2 of them. Back then, in the Qiankuan Academy, Su Zimo condensed the 10th step of the Tao Heart Ladder. He tried to reach the top, but failed and fell. Su Zimo's 10th step was above his wisdom ladder. Although this matter was ordinary, he always remembered it in his heart, and it became a knot in his heart. The 2 defeats after that made him even more brooding. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such a big loss in the hands of a person. He boasted that his plans were flawless, that he could see through the mysteries of heaven and control everything. Su Zimo's appearance made him miscalculate time and time again, which made him feel a sense of defeat. This sense of defeat was always hidden in the bottom of his heart. It was only until today, when Su Zimo died right in front of him, that the feeling of defeat dissipated. Su Zimo was dead, and no one could threaten him any more. He had waited for this day for too long. The era that belonged to him, the era of the Celestial Emperor, had arrived. The patriarch of the academy looked at the myriad beings of the 3,000 realms and smiled indifferently. His future was, of course, in the vast thousand realms. But before he ascended to the vast thousand realms, he wanted to leave an indelible mark in the hearts of all living beings in the middle thousand realms. It wouldn't take too long. As long as he was given a few thousand years with his control of human nature, it would be enough to make the 3,000 realms submit to him, respect him as their master, and become his slaves. He would rule the 3,000 realms just like how he controlled the Qingkuan Academy back then. He would erase all records of the great ancient emperors and the War of the Heavens. All of his memories, all of his truths, all of it would vanish, and he would become the only god of the middle thousand realms, the totem of all living beings, and could not be offended. Even if he ascended to the vast thousand realms in the future, no one could shake his position among all living beings. On one point, he coincided with Fengdu's thoughts. Like the heavenly court, imprisoning the bodies of all living beings was still inferior. What he wanted to do was to enslave the hearts and minds of all living beings. Of course, once he got rid of Su Zimo and obtained a treasure like the creation Qinglian, it would definitely be of great use to him after he ascended to the greater world. He had already learned a lot of information about the boundless world from Fengdu. It was a vast world with all kinds of strange things. Qinglian, the creation, originally belonged there, in the depths of the Nether River, in the center of the Blood Sea. 1,000 years ago, Wu Dao's original body was reconstructed. He recovered his vitality and awakened. Another 1,000 years passed before he completely recovered. Moreover, the ruins were filled with Genesis Qi, and during the process of recuperation, the cultivation level of the martial Dao True Body was steadily rising, until now his martial refining the universe and the world of origin martial arts had both improved to the greater success stage. His battle prowess was a level higher than 2,000 years ago. The ruins were not only filled with rich Genesis Qi, but Wu Dao's main body also didn't feel any suppression. Here, he could erupt with power that surpassed that of a great emperor. It seemed that the heavenly Dao rules didn't cover the ruins. On this day, Wu Dao's main body was meditating when he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He seemed to have sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes. Ever since he woke up, his two main bodies had lost contact with each other, as if they were separated by some kind of power. On his side, he could still vaguely sense something, but just a moment ago, this feeling suddenly disappeared. He could even vaguely hear the cries of all living beings from the middle world. Something had happened to Qinglian's main body. Wu Dao's main body stood up and looked at the black-robed man, sitting on the edge of the blood sea not far away. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder, I have other matters to attend to and will take my leave now." Over the years, Wu Dao's main body hadn't left the ruins. Firstly, it was to raise his cultivation base. Secondly, he was a little uncertain about the black-robed man and didn't dare to act rashly. He had tried to talk to the black-robed man, but didn't get a response. This time, sensing that there might be a huge change in the middle world, Wu Dao's main body couldn't be bothered anymore. He bade farewell to the black-robed man and turned to leave. "I advise you to stay here." Just as Wu Dao's main body turned and was about to cross the blood sea, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly came from behind him. Wu Dao's main body narrowed his eyes slightly. What did the black-robed man mean? A reminder? A warning? Or a threat? Wu Dao's main body turned to look at the black-robed man, as if waiting for an explanation. "Since you are concerned about the situation over there, I can roughly tell you." The black-robed man's tone was calm as he roughly described what had happened in the middle world in the past 2,000 years. He even knew about the battle that had just broken out in the middle world, the battle between Su Zimo and Fengdu, the Lord of Hell, and the Patriarch of the Academy. The black-robed man had stayed in the ruins all these years without moving, but he knew everything. Wu Dao's main body was shocked. He woke up in the ruins and didn't know what happened after the War of the Heavens. He didn't know about Dai Yu's death, the destruction of the Avicii Hell, the return of the Lord of Hell, and the Academy Patriarch's Tao. Realizing the danger of the middle world, Wu Dao's main body hesitated no longer. He took a deep breath and turned to cross the blood sea, preparing to return to the middle world. There seemed to be some kind of force field above the ruins and blood sea. He couldn't tear the void apart and could only rely on his movement techniques. Before long, Wu Dao's main body arrived at the edge of the blood sea. Just as he was about to step out of the blood sea, he suddenly felt a huge sense of danger. His spirit perception warned him. This feeling was familiar. It came from the greater world. After 2,000 years, the pursuit of the heavenly tribulation had not disappeared. Wu Dao's main body was almost certain that as long as he dared to step out of the blood sea, the heavenly tribulation from the greater world would descend immediately. You have been targeted by the greater world. As long as you step out of the nether blood sea, you will be obliterated. The black-robed man's voice sounded again, as if he was right beside Wu Dao's main body. It was also the first time that Wu Dao's main body knew that the blood sea was called the nether blood sea. Wu Dao's main body's face darkened and his eyes flickered. If he stepped into the blood sea, not only would he die, but he might also bring an unpredictable disaster to the middle world. The last time the heavenly tribulation descended, the barrier between the three realms was broken, and the Brahma ghost mother's cultivation level increased greatly. She killed Dayu. The Avicii hell was broken, and the Lord of Hell escaped. If he left the nether blood sea, he would die before he could see the Academy Patriarch. Not only would he not be able to resolve the crisis of the middle world, the barrier between the three realms would be broken again. He didn't know what kind of disaster would befall him then. Wu Dao's main body pondered for a while before he turned and sped back to the ruins. He came to the black-robed man's side and asked, "Senior, you said that I have been targeted by the greater world. May I know how to escape?" "Huh." The black-robed man laughed strangely and said, "If I knew how to escape, why would I stay in a place like this?" Hearing this reply, Wu Dao's main body's heart sank, and he completely gave up on this idea. Even an unfathomable expert, like the black-robed man, could not leave this place. No wonder there were no traces of this person in the past few eras of the War of the Heavens. End of chapter. Chapter 3228. Su Zimo seemed to have had a long dream. In the dream, he saw many people. These people were all extremely unfamiliar faces, and even their clothes were unusually ancient. There were monks, demon beasts, Rakshasa, and Protoss. These people came from different races and different realms. Su Zimo had never seen them before. However, everyone was looking at him with kindness and encouragement. Some of them were still mortals. They looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Their gazes were pure, and their smiles were innocent. Su Zimo walked forward just like that. Both sides of the road were filled with people, clustered together as if they were waiting for something. Is this the Acheron path? Su Zimo looked at the people on both sides of the road in confusion, feeling a little puzzled. No, he had been to the netherworld and walked the Acheron path. The netherworld was not like this. A wisp of white hair flashed past his eyes. This was not a dream. Su Zimo suddenly woke up. He subconsciously reached out his palm and looked down. Flesh and blood existed. His body was not in the state of a dead soul. Su Zimo sensed it slightly and was shocked. He was not dead. Although his hair was white, he still had nearly 5 million years of lifespan. Fighting the 9 heavens did not exhaust his lifespan. How could this be? Logically speaking, releasing fighting the 9 heavens would exhaust his lifespan in an instant, unless during this process the secret technique of fighting the 9 heavens was interrupted. Where was this place? Where did the surrounding crowd come from? These people looked at him with no hostility. Instead, they were filled with kindness and respect. However, he clearly did not know these people. Su Zimo suddenly realized that there was an extremely obvious difference between these people and him. These people were all in the state of souls and did not have flesh and blood bodies. There was no exception. Su Zimo's gaze followed the crowd all the way. At the end of the crowd, he saw a large group of monks. There seemed to be a few familiar faces among them. Before he could react, he saw 8 figures standing at the end of the road. These people's expressions were either cold, arrogant, fierce, or gentle. Ah! Su Zimo looked at the 8 figures and was greatly shocked. His face was filled with disbelief, and he cried out in surprise. The woman on the far left was dressed in black. She had a fairy-like appearance and a cold expression. Her black hair was like a waterfall. The second woman had a graceful figure. Her skin was smooth, her eyebrows were like smoke, and her eyes were like water. As light flowed, she was captivating. The third was an old ape covered in white fur. His arms were extremely long, and his body was 10 meters tall. His eyes surged with a bloody glow, and his expression was unruly. The fourth man's robe was as white as snow. He stood with his hands behind his back like an unsheathed sword. The fifth person had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was tall, and his entire body was surging with golden light. The sixth person's facial features could not be seen clearly. His entire body was shrouded in darkness, and his figure was faintly discernible. The seventh man's body flickered with starlight, and his eyes were like stars. The eighth person was a monk wearing an ancient kasaya. His eyes were gentle, and his expression was amiable. He nodded and smiled at Suzemo. These 8 were the 8 phantoms that appeared when he transcended the 10th tribulation. The 9 heavens, Xian and V Emperor, the 9 Nether Emperor, the Dojan Emperor, the All-Heaven Emperor, the Radiant Emperor, the Dark Emperor, the Astral Emperor, and the Avicii Emperor. These 8 were the ancient emperors who had once illuminated the ancient times and created an era. Words could no longer describe Suzimo's current feelings. He even suspected that he was in a mystical dream at this moment. Everything seemed so dreamy and unreal. How could this be? The 8 ancient emperors had already died. How could they still be alive? Even if they did not die back then, their lifespans would have been exhausted long ago. There was no way they could have survived until now. Is this a dream? Suzimo muttered, subconsciously. Yes and no. The Avicii Emperor smiled faintly and replied. Suzimo was even more confused. Young friend, when you first released the Battle of 9 Heavens, the few of us cast a spell and pulled you into the dreamlike token. The Avicii Emperor said, which is the world you're in right now. Suzimo was enlightened. The dreamlike token contained heaven and earth. He had been pulled into this place, and the Battle of 9 Heavens had been interrupted. That was why he had not exhausted his lifespan. However, Suzimo still had countless doubts in his heart. As if seeing through his thoughts, the Avicii Emperor continued to explain, "This is a dream world that the evil emperor created with the dreamlike token as the foundation. It is independent of the 3 realms and does not enter the cycle of reincarnation. In this dream world, all living beings are equal. There is no suffering or worry, no killing or fighting. In the soul state, one's lifespan is endless, reaching a form of eternal life." Suzimo was dumbfounded, and his heart skipped a beat. Creating a dream world that was independent of the 3 realms and did not enter the cycle of reincarnation was already shocking enough. And in this dream world, one had reached a form of eternal life. The Avicii Emperor said, "The evil emperor believes that good will be rewarded with good and evil with evil. However, the matters of the world often go against one's wishes." She used her own method to complete the cycle of good and evil. The evildoers would be dragged into the path of the beasts by her. As for the kind people she met after they died, their souls would be brought here by her. They would be far away from the fighting, and they would not have to suffer the pain of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Suzimo was in a daze. The memories of his life in the White Pheasant's dream were originally fragmented fragments, but now they all surged into his mind and gradually became clear. He recalled all his experiences with that thin and skinny little girl. "Big Brother Sue, I believe that in this world, good people will be rewarded with good," the little girl said with certainty, her eyes clear. "Perhaps. Big Brother Sue, Do you think there is a place where the people are brave, kind, upright, and lovely? Where everyone is equal, where there is no oppression, and where there is no suffering? The little girl's smile was pure and innocent. How could there be? Suzimo smiled helplessly and gently rubbed the little girl's forehead. If there isn't, then I want to create a world like that in the future, where kind people can avoid suffering, the little girl said seriously. The voice of the infernal emperor sounded once more, interrupting Suzimo's memories. Apart from some of the souls brought here by the evil emperor, many of the people living here are cultivators and experts who died in the War of the Heavens back then. Suzimo's heart felt as though it was struck heavily by something. The evil emperor had never changed. She had always insisted that good and evil would be repaid. In fact, that persistence even seemed a little naive and incompatible with the ways of the world. After the cultivators and experts who participated in the War of the Heavens died in battle, their souls should have returned to the netherworld to suffer the pain of reincarnation. The evil emperor did not want those experts to suffer such pain, and that was why she brought them to the dream token. Even if those people could not ascend to the greater world, the evil emperor wanted to help them achieve eternal life. Those experts who fought and fought unyieldingly deserved such a reward. Suzimo suddenly recalled that the dream token had gradually warmed up in his arms during the War of the Heavens back then. At that time, the battle was intense, and he did not have the time to think about it. Now that he thought about it, the dream token should have been guiding the souls of the cultivators who died in the War of the Heavens. When the cultivators died, their souls would escape to the netherworld. However, the netherworld was under the control of Fengdu. There might be a deeper meaning behind the evil emperor's actions. Chapter 32:29. Suzimo suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, back then, when I cultivated the Wu Dao and stepped into the true self realm, I attracted the 10th tribulation. Back then, 8 lightning phantoms had appeared. They were the 8 ancient thearchs before him. The infernal Darch said, "All these years, although we've been living in the dream token, we've also been paying attention to the middle world. You created the Wu Dao and stood side by side with the immortals, Buddhas, and demons. They wanted to test you, so they manifested lightning phantoms and fought with you. Old monk, you don't have to flatter us." The Dojan Darch suddenly spoke and waved his hand. "Back then, we were competitive and wanted to test how different your Wu Dao was. The test was secondary. Only now did Suzimo understand why he had experienced the 10th tribulation, which he had never experienced before. Moreover, it was the 8 ancient thearchs who had appeared. These 8 were all peerless experts who had once created an era and shocked both ancient and modern times. They must have had a competitive heart, which was why they had appeared to test him. Of course, there was another reason that the 8 thearchs might not have mentioned. Suzimo bowed slightly to the 8 thearchs and said in a low voice, "I'm extremely grateful that the 8 of you showed up to teach me during the tribulation. There might have been a test, and there might have been a competition, but more importantly, they might have taught him the Tao. Many of the Tao techniques that Suzimo cultivated came from the 8 thearchs. If the 8 thearchs hadn't shown up and fought with him, he wouldn't have been able to fully comprehend the forbidden secret manuals." Hearing this, the other thearch's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. Suzimo vaguely felt that the 9 heavens mystic fairy Tharch and the 9 nether Tharch looked at him differently from the other ancient thearchs. That gaze was a little strange and indescribable. Suzimo suddenly realized that although his lifespan had been greatly depleted after releasing the Battle of 9 Heavens, but now, after awakening from the dream token, his injuries had already healed. Oh no! Suzimo's heart sank. The longer he stayed in the dreamlike medallion, the greater the calamity that would befall the dimensional realm. The patriarch of the academy was definitely not a soft-hearted person. If he wanted to rule the medium-class realm, he would have to establish his might and start a massacre. Suzimo had expended a great deal of energy in the battle in the dimensional realm and had suffered heavy injuries. Now that he had fully recovered, several days had passed. In these past few days, the dimensional realm had probably turned into rivers of blood, and corpses were strewn across the ground. In the middle world, no one could stop a true great emperor. The great desolation realm, heaven realm, sword realm, blood ape realm, had most likely been destroyed. As if reading Su Zimo's thoughts, the Empyrean immortal emperor softly chanted a Buddhist mantra. He said, "Little friend, there is no need to worry. You may feel that several days have passed, but in truth it was only a dream. Not much time has passed, and the dimensional realm is still the same as it was before you entered." Su Zimo nodded secretly. Presumably, this was the unique existence of the Dark Emperor's Tao and the dreamlike token, which was why there was such a mysterious feeling of time being disrupted. Seniors, the crisis of the medium-class realm has not been resolved yet. I will bid farewell here. Su Zimo cupped his hands and said, "If I win this battle, I will meet you again to drink and chat happily. He is a middle-world great emperor. You are no match for him." The Star Emperor said calmly. The Dark Emperor also said, "You have just stepped into the great emperor realm and only have a small success world. But his world has already resonated with the medium-class realm. How can you fight against him? If you go out now, you will die without a doubt." The great emperor of all heaven was even more direct, and his tone was cold. Su Zimo was silent. He also knew that the great emperors were right. Even if he had recovered to his peak state and his injuries were healed, he would still be doomed against the Academy Patriarch. But he had no other choice. Outside, there were still his close friends, many old friends, and all living beings. He could not just stand by and watch. Although Qinglian's true body did not cultivate Wu Dao, his Dao heart was still as bright as the sun, the heart of Wu Dao that could illuminate mountains and rivers. Resist, unyielding, fearless, and indomitable. Sometimes, even if you knew that you would die, you still had to do it without hesitation. Wasn't it the same for the 8 great emperors of the past? They knew that it was almost impossible to win the War of the Heavens, but they still led thousands of experts to go against the heavens and conquer the 9 heavens. Su Zimo smiled and said, "I will do my best. Even if I die, I will have no regrets." "Good," the Emperor of Dozhan shouted. The other great emperors looked at Su Zimo with approval in their eyes. "Little friend, let us lend you a hand." The Emperor of Dozhan waved his hand. Countless experts who had fallen in the Dozhan era appeared behind him. They were densely packed and uncountable. Although they were all in soul form, their battle intent was high. The leader even waved a battle flag with the word Dozhan written on it. Then, thousands of troops came from behind the 9 heavens, Xian, Envy Empress, and the battle flag of the 9 heavens fluttered in the wind. The battle flag of the 9 underworlds appeared, and many Rakshasas flew in the sky. The battle flags of Luo Tian, Light, Darkness, Star, and Avicii came into view one after another. Many experts who had fallen in the War of the Heavens came from all over the world and gathered under the battle flags. Their murderous auras shook the heavens. There were more than hundreds of millions of heaven conquerors who had died in the various eras. A few armies gathered here, and their battle flags covered the sky. It was an extremely shocking scene. Although these experts had lost their physical bodies and essence spirits and were only left with souls, they did not retreat. Their gazes were resolute. They did not have bloodlines, but they were still unyielding. "Seniors, you." Su Zimo's eyes reddened, and he was moved. He knew that the 8 great emperors and the heaven conquerors could maintain eternal life in soul form in the dreamlike token. However, once they left the dreamlike token and entered the middle world, they would definitely be punished by the heavenly Tao, and their lifespans would be exhausted very quickly. The actions of the 8 great emperors and the heaven conquerors meant that they had given up on eternal life and were prepared to die. "Su Zimo, there's still us," another coquettish voice sounded. Another banner was raised, and the words Shui Dai were written on it. Su Zimo shuddered. A flawlessly beautiful woman stood under the battle flag. It was the 9-tailed demon emperor who had died 2,000 years ago. Behind her were many demons of the great wilderness world who had died back then, including the divine elephant demon emperor and the others. Zimo caught sight of a group of familiar figures in the crowd. There was the old ape who had released the 9 heavens battle, the fat and thin old man of the sword world who had burned his lifespan. All of them stood in the crowd and smiled at Zimo. Zimo! At this moment, another familiar voice sounded. A man with a heroic expression broke through the crowd with a battle flag and strode over. It was the ancient human emperor who had died back then. The words Araki Takashi were written on the battle flag. Brother Lin Yu. Zimo choked and his vision blurred. Lin Zhan roared in laughter. I regretted not being able to charge into the heavenly courts with you back then and fight alongside you. This time, I can finally make up for my regrets. Zimo had tears in his eyes. Lin Zhan paused the battle flag heavily and shouted, Zimo, let's go. I'll carry the flag for you today. You and I shall fight the heavenly courts again. End of chapter. Chapter 32:30. Above the 9 heavens, the patriarch of the academy stood proudly at the top of the clouds, under the light of the heaven and earth Tao seal. He was like a god who ruled the world. Greetings, Sky Emperor. The creatures of the witch world were the first to react. They knelt down in large numbers with respectful expressions. Many of the witch race people looked at the patriarch of the academy with endless worship in their eyes. After all, the patriarch of the academy had half of the witch race blood flowing in his body. They also felt proud that he had become the Sky Emperor and started a new era. It was not hard to imagine that from now on, the witch race would prosper. After this group of witch race people, the cultivators of the blood world, tomb world, lifeless world, poison world, and several other big worlds also bowed and greeted the Sky Emperor. The patriarch of the academy had a faint smile on his face. He enjoyed this moment very much. Those famous experts who had once looked down on him had all been trampled under his feet. But this was not enough. As the Sky Emperor, he had not received enough respect. The patriarch of the academy looked down from above and looked around. His cold gaze swept across the 3,000 worlds. With just a glance, the beings of the 10,000 races felt an unimaginable pressure, as if a great disaster was about to befall them in the next moment. It was almost suffocating. With the power of a great emperor, it was easy to destroy a world and kill billions of beings. People like the old man with the iron crown, immortal Emperor Linglong, and the others were all vulnerable in front of a great emperor. If you are not bowing, what are you still holding on for? The patriarch of the academy asked indifferently, You want us to bow to you? Are you worthy? Fong, Cantillon sneered and spat. The old man with the iron crown said in a deep voice, the ancient great emperor, in order to break the shackles on the beings, even if he had to sacrifice himself, he would go against the heavens and the Tao. But you want to enslave the 10,000 races. You are not worthy of the title, Great Emperor. That's right. We will never give in. The 3,000 worlds will unite and fight you to the end, even if it means risking our lives. Not only the experts of the Heaven Wasteland domain, the Sword World and the Blood Ape World, but also countless experts of the other worlds stood out and shouted loudly. If it was 2,000 years ago, there would not be so many realms that dared to stand up against the Heavenly Court. It was only because Great Emperor Araki Takashi had spread Wu Dao's fire seed throughout the 3,000 realms 2,000 years ago that all living beings gradually awakened and dared to resist. The patriarch of the academy smiled indifferently. To him, the time that Araki Takashi had passed on the Tao to Zhongqian was too short. A mere 2,000 years would have a limited impact. His thunderous methods, combined with the Yenshin curse and bloody massacres, were enough to suppress the resistance of the 3,000 worlds. Immortal Emperor Linglong coldly said, Although you are a grand emperor of a middle world, you have not won the hearts of the people, let alone the respect of the myriad races in this middle world. He, the patriarch of the academy, chuckled and asked, So, what? Even if all the races of the 3,000 worlds work together, they are still no threat to me. The Dragon Realm Master said solemnly, "If you kill all the races in the 3,000 realms and leave only you alone, what's the point of being the celestial monarch?" "There is no need." The Patriarch of the Academy smiled and shook his head. He raised his hand and pointed at the starry sky, saying, "Now more than half of the worlds in the 3,000 worlds dare to stand up against me. The rest are just watching. If I destroy 10 worlds with a flip of my hand, guess how many worlds will still dare to go against me?" The expressions of the old man with the iron crown and the others changed slightly. The Patriarch of the Academy did not wait for their response and continued to ask, "If I destroy 100 worlds or 200 worlds, how many will still dare to go against the heavenly court?" Immortal Emperor Linglong and the others were silent. They knew in their hearts that with the Patriarch of the Academy's means, he did not need to kill all those who went against him. He only needed to suppress some of them, and it would be enough to intimidate the rest. The Patriarch of the Academy continued, "From today onwards, I will erase all records of the War of the Heavens and the records of the Grand Emperors of the Ancients. No one is allowed to mention or discuss them. As time passes, how many will remember them? From today onwards, I am the Celestial Monarch. The fate of the myriad races is in my hands. My will is the will of the heavens. Going against the will of the heavens is treason, and you will definitely be punished by the heavens. Even if the Iraqi Takashi spreads the fire seed of Wu Dao, I'll extinguish all of them during the era of the Celestial Monarch." The Patriarch of the Academy stood with his hands behind his back in an insufferably arrogant manner. His tone was sinister, and his eyes shone with excitement. As for the beings of the 3,000 worlds, they felt a deep sense of despair when they heard that. Under the shroud of darkness, those memories and the spirit of Wu Dao were like weak flames that dispelled the darkness. At that moment, those flames were about to be extinguished as well. At that time, it would truly be the darkest night. Lin Xuanji had long hidden in the inheritance ground of the 9 Netherworld Emperor. He retracted his aura and wrote furiously with a grim expression, recording this moment. In his heart, he still remembered the mission of Enigma Palace: preach the Tao, record history, extend merit, and pass down civilization. It was just like how the legends of the primordial and ancient eras were passed down in Tianhuang mainland. If the darkest night were to descend, at the very least, he would still have a spark of civilization. Perhaps, one day in the future, a glimmer of light would be released in this eternal night. Will anyone come to save us? In a corner of the world, a child shivered in his mother's embrace and asked weakly. The woman's gaze dimmed, and she remained silent. The Iraqi Takashi Emperor and the Blood Butterfly Emperor were already dead, and no one would come again. From this day forth, we won't have the chance to ascend to the greater worlds anymore. Do we still have to continue fighting? There's only one outcome if we continue to fight against the heavenly courts. We won't be able to change anything. That's right. Not only will we die, our descendants will become the servants of the heavenly emperor as well. If we choose to submit, we can at least keep our lives. In the 3,000 worlds, some people were already wavering with lost expressions. Some experts of the worlds lowered their heads and were prepared to kneel and submit. Everyone knew that if they stood out now, they would definitely be suppressed by the Patriarch of the Academy mercilessly. Under the pressure of the great emperor, how many people dared to confront him head-on? Even the experts of the Heaven Wasteland domain, the Sword domain, and the Blood Ape domain were under unimaginable pressure. At this moment, a woman stood out, and her figure kept rising. She stood facing the Patriarch of the Academy with a long sword in her hand. "Mother!" Lin Lei and Lin Luo both exclaimed. "Immortal Emperor Linglong." The other experts were shocked as well. Immortal Emperor Linglong looked at the Patriarch of the Academy with a determined expression and said, "My husband died in the War of the Heavens in order to break through the 9 heavens. If you want to rebuild the heavenly courts, you have to ask his soul and the sword in my hand." The moment Lin Zhan died, immortal Emperor Linglong's heart died. She had long wanted to follow Lin Zhan. To her, death was more like a release. "Mother, we're with you." Lin Lei and Lin Luo also rose into the air and flew toward immortal Emperor Linglong. Us too. The old man with the iron crown, the many imperial emperors from the other worlds, the 7 emotions, demonic, general, night spirit, tiger, and the others did not hesitate. They shouted and rose. "If we die, we die. Who can avoid death? If we are enslaved, imprisoned, and treated as livestock, what's the point of living forever?" Countless figures rose into the air and stood behind immortal Emperor Linglong. "Linglong, me too." Amidst the huge clamor, there was a deep voice that was almost impossible to detect. However, immortal Emperor Linglong suddenly trembled, and her eyes instantly turned red. Was it an illusion? Immortal Emperor Linglong smiled sadly. Before death, even if it was an illusion, it was enough. Although she thought so, immortal Emperor Linglong still turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. The next moment, she froze in place and burst into tears. End of chapter. Chapter 32-31. That person's body was majestic, and his expression was heroic. His eyes were like torches, and he carried a war flag on his shoulder. Who else could it be other than Lin Zhan? Immortal Emperor Linglong had never thought that she would be able to see Lin Zhan again. The two of them looked at each other. Lin Zhan's eyes were filled with deep longing. However, unlike immortal Emperor Linglong, Lin Zhan was only in soul form. He couldn't cry or shed tears. He could only look at immortal Emperor Linglong affectionately. "Father!" Lin Lei and Lin Luo also exclaimed. They were very emotional. Immortal Emperor Linglong rushed to Lin Zhan's side. Lin Lei and Lin Luo also quickly ran over. The 4 of them hugged each other. Immortal Emperor Linglong's expression changed. Only now did she realize that the person in her arms didn't have any flesh and blood. "My husband, you." Immortal Emperor Linglong's voice was trembling. Lin Zhan looked at immortal Emperor Linglong and said gently, "I'll accompany you on this last journey." The other powerhouses in the 3,000 worlds were also shocked when they saw the scene. Many people had witnessed the scene of Lin Zhan's death in battle. Now Lin Zhan had actually come back from the dead and appeared again. However, everyone soon realized that something was amiss. Lin Zhan was only in soul form. The Academy Patriarch stared at the war flag on Lin Zhan's shoulder and frowned slightly. Lin Zhan's soul form was no threat to him at all. However, the words Araki Takashi on the war flag made him feel irritated. It was as if something was escaping his control. He didn't like this feeling. The Academy Patriarch activated a secret technique. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes and entered the blood-colored galaxy where the Lord of Hell had fallen. He started to search. Although the Lord of Hell had fallen, his flesh and blood had scattered everywhere, dyeing the galaxy red. After Su Zimo released the battle against the 9 heavens, he was submerged in this river of blood. The Academy Patriarch was sure that Su Zimo was dead. Hence, he didn't rush to search. After searching for a while, the Academy Patriarch was shocked. There was no trace of Su Zimo in that river of blood. Su Zimo had vanished into thin air right before his very eyes. At this moment, another round of exclamations came from afar. The sect master of the Academy swept his gaze over the crowd. These were all experts who had fallen in the War of the Heavens 2,000 years ago. And now, these powerhouses had once again descended upon the middle world in the form of souls. The 2 war flags of Desolate Marshal and Shuet Dai fluttered in the air, causing a wave of cheers. The old man with the iron crown looked at the fat and thin old men. His expression changed, and he couldn't help but tear up. Humph! The sect leader of the college looked at this scene in disdain and said calmly, "You are just a bunch of ghosts. Even if you come back from the dead, your flesh and blood are still here. You can't do anything." The Academy Patriarch was indeed confident. These souls couldn't unleash much combat power. He could kill countless of them with a casual breath. They posed no threat to him. That might not be the case. A voice suddenly rang out. Su Zimo reappeared. He had white hair and green robes. His injuries had all healed. He stared at the Academy Patriarch with murderous intent. Su Zimo's appearance roused the spirits of the 3,000 worlds. Unlike Lin Zhan and the others, Su Zimo's aura was strong. His divine sense spread out, and his aura was powerful. He could fight evenly with the Academy Patriarch. I knew that the Araki Takashi Tharch would not die. The dual Tharch era has not ended. Just now, the Araki Takashi Tharch's hair was white, but his face was not old. I guessed that something was wrong. But even if the Araki Takashi Tharch recovers and returns, he is still a lesser Tharch. He will still be in trouble if he faces the Academy Patriarch. That's right. After all, the Academy Patriarch has become a Tharch. He is invincible in this world. Hearing the voices from all over the 3,000 worlds, the Academy Patriarch smiled and said casually, "You heard it. Even if you recover and return, you are not my match. Su Zimo, you will lose for sure." Su Zimo clenched his fists and shook his head. He said slowly with a heavy heart, "In today's battle, you will not only have to face me." Oh! The Academy Patriarch raised his eyebrows. He didn't think much of it. Until now, the situation was still under his control. "After receiving my inheritance, you want to go against the flow and rebuild the heavenly court. Are you worthy of being the Tharch of a middle world?" The cold voice of a woman sounded. In the next moment, the void collapsed. A black-clothed woman stepped out from the expanding halo. She looked at the Academy Patriarch with sharp eyes. The Academy Patriarch's expression changed when he saw the black-clothed woman. "Xian! Xian!" The Academy Patriarch's lips trembled. He couldn't believe it. Immortal Emperor Linglong also exclaimed, "The 9 heavens, Xian, envy, Tharch!" The two of them had received the inheritance of the 9 heavens, Xian, envy, Tharch, so they naturally recognized the black-clothed woman. These words caused an uproar in the 3,000 realms. The 9 heavens, Xian, envy, Tharch, the most ancient Tharch in the legends, had reappeared in the middle world. Behind the 9 heavens, Xian, and Tharch, a large army of cultivators in ancient clothes filed out. The leader carried a war flag with the words 9 heavens written on it. The Academy Patriarch calmed down quickly. He realized that the 9 heavens, Xian, and Tharch, and this group of cultivators were also in soul form. As long as they were in soul form, they wouldn't be much of a threat to him. In the next moment, the void on the other side collapsed. A second halo appeared. A naturally charming, white-clothed woman appeared. Her every move exuded a charm that could turn the world upside down. Behind her, another army descended into the middle world. There were many Rakshasa among them. The Rakshasa experts in the middle world were shocked when they saw who it was. They asked in disbelief, "The 9 Nether Tharch?" The statue of the 9 Nether Tharch had always been imprinted in their minds. They didn't expect to see his true appearance today. Many Rakshasa experts couldn't believe it. Whoosh! The second war flag unfolded behind the white-clothed woman. The words 9 Nether were written on it. Then a third halo appeared in the starry sky. Burly figures rushed out. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. They roared into the sky. The leader had white hair all over his body. His eyes were blood red, and his battle intent was monstrous. "The Dojan Tharch!" Many experts from the Blood Ape realm exclaimed. The Dojan war flag stood between heaven and earth. The fourth halo appeared. A white-clothed man with a sword-like figure appeared. "The great emperor of all heaven!" The sword realm shook. After that, the great emperor of light, the great emperor of darkness, and the great emperor of star led their armies out of the dream token and descended into the middle world. Countless experts from the light world and star world knelt down in excitement. Us too. Finally, the great emperor of Avicii appeared and shouted, "Nine heavens, nine nether, Dojan all heaven, light, darkness, star, Avicii, Araki Takashi, and Shwedai." 10 war flags stood between heaven and earth. The flags fluttered in the wind like 10 burning torches. They carried the civilizations of several eras and lit up the night. The 3,000 worlds were in an uproar. Chapter 32. Figures appeared under the various battle flags. They were all former cultivators of the Heaven Crusade. They were densely packed and occupied hundreds of millions of miles of the starry sky. When the 8 ancient emperors reappeared in the mortal realm, the momentum of the War of the Heavens was completely reversed. This scene caused all the living beings in the myriad of races to be excited and visibly moved. The ancient emperors, who had only existed in legends, led the warriors of the Heaven Crusade and reappeared in front of them. These ancient emperors, who had protected all living beings in order to break through the 9 heavens, had never left. The realms that were still a little shaken also stood up at this moment. Even some realm experts who were inclined to submit to the Academy Patriarch straightened their backs and looked at the 8 ancient emperors excitedly. Countless living beings knelt on the ground and sobbed. At the moment when all living beings were in danger, someone finally stood up. Even if these ancient emperors and cultivators of the Heaven Crusade were only left with their souls, they still descended without hesitation and stood in front of all living beings. Su Zimo looked at the figures around him and felt sad. No one knew better than him what would happen to these ancient emperors and former warriors of the Heaven Crusade. It could be said that the moment they decided to leave the Dream Token, their souls were destined to be destroyed. However, they still did not retreat or hesitate. In the War of the Heavens, these ancient emperors had thought of stepping forward to help. However, at that time, the heavenly courts had several lords of the heavenly courts. Even if they descended, it would be useless. They would only die in vain. And when they entered the cycle of reincarnation and reincarnated, they still could not escape the fate of being suppressed and enslaved by the heavenly courts. Therefore, the evil emperor did not allow them to come out. But this life was different. The current heavenly court was only overseen by the Academy Clan Master. This was their last chance and their only hope. If they could not defeat the Academy Patriarch, the middle world would usher in the longest darkness and never see the light of day. There was no way out in the middle world. Everyone could only give it their all. Under countless gazes, Su Zimo silently turned around and looked at the countless figures in the world who were only souls. With tears in his eyes, he bowed deeply. This bow was a farewell. This scene seemed to be completely frozen. The path of conquering the heavens is fraught with dangers. Seniors, take care. After he finished speaking, Su Zimo was already crying. Little friend, this is our own choice. Even if we die, we have no regrets. If my battle clan dies on the battlefield, that would be the best ending. If I hide in that dreamlike token, even if I have eternal life, it will be meaningless. Being able to die on the path to heaven is a form of relief for us. The ancient emperors looked at each other and smiled as they consoled him. Everyone, follow me into battle. Let's charge into the heavenly court. The Emperor of Dojan raised his arm and waved his battle flag. The path to heaven that was once broken reappeared. The Emperor of Dojan led the heaven-conquering warriors of the past and once again ascended this ancient path that was filled with corpses. Fight, fight, fight. The war era's cultivators' battle intent surged, their battle cries shaking the heavens. In that life, the Dojan Emperor had died before he could complete the path to heaven. In this life, the Dojan Emperor brought the souls of countless heaven-conquering cultivators and once again ascended the path to heaven and charged into the heavenly court. The 9 heavens Xian Envy Empress, the 9 Nether Emperor, the great Luotian Emperor, the Light Emperor, the Dark Emperor, the Star Emperor, the Infernal Emperor, and even Su Zimo stepped into the starry sky. Kill, kill, kill. In front of Su Zimo and the 8 ancient emperors, 9 paths to heaven opened up between heaven and earth. The battle flag at the front fluttered, shining with a bright light. pointing directly to the heavenly court. On the path to heaven, in addition to the many heaven-conquering cultivators in soul form, there were also powerful cultivators from various large domains. Araki Takashi and the Blood Butterfly battle flag joined together. The 10 battle flags were like 10 burning torches that lit up the night sky. They rushed to the front and led the way. Countless figures rose into the sky from all over the 3,000 domains. They were like specks of light as they flew toward the torch at the front of the path to heaven. The fire grew brighter and brighter. This scene was extremely shocking. The 9 paths to heaven were like 9 long fire dragons that meandered between heaven and earth. They were filled with killing intent as they burned toward the end of the darkness. The patriarch of the academy was expressionless. He leaned against the netherworld great array, and half of his body was in the darkness. His face flickered under the light of the fire below. The appearance of the 8 ancient emperors and their rival of the heaven-conquering cultivators was not within his expectations. However, no matter how many people there were, they were just a bunch of wandering souls. They were not a threat to him. That Suzimo was only at the initial stage of the great emperor realm. Even at his peak, he was no match for him. He was the great emperor of a middle world. In this world, Suzimo, who had just entered the great emperor realm, and this group of wandering souls would not be able to shake him. Although he thought this, he still felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. It was as if some kind of power was gradually escaping his control. The battle had begun. He did not have time to think. Kill! The patriarch of the academy's eyes were cold as he shouted. Under the command of the patriarch of the academy, the armies of the Witch Realm, Blood Realm, Tomb Realm, Lifeless Realm, and other major realms that were supposed to charge down at the first moment paused for a moment. The patriarch of the academy's eyes narrowed. He saw a trace of resistance and hesitation on the faces of the experts of these realms. The patriarch of the academy suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated the influence of these ancient emperors in the 3,000 realms. He also underestimated the fire seed of Wu Dao that Araki Takashi had scattered in the 3,000 realms back then. Even the living beings and cultivators of the Witch Realm, Blood Realm, Tomb Realm, and Lifeless Realm still had a heart of justice and knew right from wrong. When darkness shrouded them, this little bit of justice was always buried deep in their hearts and did not dare to be easily exposed. However, when the battle flags of countless civilizations were raised below, the justice and conscience in these people's hearts were gradually awakened. The fire seeds were ignited and emitted a faint light. They gradually approached the torches below. When these faint lights gathered together, they had the power to resist the darkness. You guys, the patriarch of the academy's expression darkened. He suddenly realized that no one was willing to stand by his side, even if he was a supreme emperor who had verified his Tao in a middle world. He had truly become a loner. You guys want to disobey me as well. The patriarch of the academy's killing intent surged, and his expression was ferocious. Most of the time, he had a smile on his face, looking calm and relaxed. It was because he was a strategist, taking every conceivable possibility into account. Everything was within his control. However, at that moment, he had completely lost his composure. Die! A cold glint flashed through the eyes of the patriarch of the academy. A large number of experts of the witch race in front of him were sliced into 2 instantly, and fresh blood spewed. A few imperial lords of the witch race could not escape and died on the spot. Many experts of the Witch Realm, Blood Realm, and Tomb Realm revealed fear when they saw that. I'm the Heavenly Emperor. If you dare to disobey my orders, you'll be going against the will of the heavens. This is your outcome. The patriarch of the academy could sense the fear in the hearts of the experts, and his tone was cold. He believed that, with his understanding of human nature, he could definitely control the experts of these realms firmly through bloody suppression and killing. Chapter 30-233. Suzimo did not give the academy patriarch a chance to continue. Reverse scale. Nirvana silence. Before Su Zimo arrived, he released 2 Essence Spirit secret skills and summoned the Qinglian sword at the same time, slashing towards the Academy Patriarch. The killing technique of an Essence Spirit could be released from the Qinglian sword as well. It was equivalent to the release of 3 top-tier Essence Spirit secret skills at the same time. The power of Su Zimo's Essence Spirit right now was comparable to that of a Dharch. The Academy Patriarch did not dare to be careless against the release of 3 Essence Spirit secret skills. Kane 8 trigrams, 3 pure tombstones. The Academy Patriarch released 2 Essence Spirit secret skills consecutively as well. Among them, the Kane 8 trigrams was derived from the combination of the technique repository and his lifetime of learning. As for the 3 pure tombstones, they were Essence Spirit secret skills comprehended from the 2 forbidden mystic manuals, the 3 pure jade manual and Heaven Burial Sutra. 2 Essence Spirit secret skills were enough to defend against Su Zimo's 3 Essence Spirit attacks. Humph! The Academy Patriarch sneered coldly. That's all. Su Zimo, let's do it again. You're still not my match. Kill. Right then, the soul of the 9 heavens mystic fairy emperor transformed into a horsetail whisk and whipped towards the Academy Patriarch. Buzz! 2 swords appeared. They were conjured from the souls of the 9 Netherworld Emperor and All Heaven Emperor. Boom! A long rod descended from the skies and struck towards the Academy Patriarch's heavenly courts. The Dojan Emperor had attacked. A hell suppression tripod tore through the air with 4 phenomena revolving around it, and Sanskrit reverberated through the world. The 8 ancient thearchs conjured their respective divine weapons with their souls and released their final brilliance with all their might. Under normal circumstances, the 8 of them should have died a long time ago. However, they were saved by the evil emperor and were shielded from the heavenly secrets in the dream token, surviving to this day in the form of souls. The moment they left the dream token, their souls dimmed rapidly against the power of the heavenly Tao's rules, and they did not have much time left in this world. A few haunting old bastards want to hurt me? The Patriarch of the Academy shouted softly. Heaven, earth, human, wind, cloud, dragon, tiger, god, ghost. The Patriarch of the Academy directly used the 9 escape methods of the Chiman 9 escapes. His aura became even more terrifying, complex, and unpredictable. The 8 great ancient emperors were only in soul form, so the power they could unleash was limited. However, in recent years, the 8 of them had been nourishing their souls within the dreamlike medallion, gaining enlightenment of everything they had learned. Right now, they were using their souls as weapons, unleashing a final attack that contained all of their Taoist magics, will and determination. The 8 great emperors were not targeting the body of the Patriarch of the Academy, but his primordial spirit and soul. The Academy Patriarch's expression changed slightly, feeling uneasy. He quickly placed the universe Tao seal in his sea of consciousness. When the 8 monarch weapons collided with the Tao seal of heaven and earth, the Tao seal only trembled slightly and failed to hurt the Academy Patriarch's primordial spirit. The Patriarch of the Academy breathed a sigh of relief. However, his expression changed starkly before long, and he grunted. The final attack of the 8 great emperors did not injure his primordial spirit. However, the Taoist magics contained within it penetrated the defense of the universe Tao seal and affected his 3 souls and 7 spirits. How could this be? Although his 3 souls and 7 spirits were only shaken and were not injured, the connection between souls and primordial spirits would definitely affect his combat strength. What shocked him even more was how the power of the 8 great emperors could break through the defense of the universe Tao seal. Could there be a flaw in his Tao seal? In the world, the souls of the 8 great ancient emperors dissipated. Of course, they knew that it was impossible for the 8 of them to kill the Patriarch of the Academy even if they joined forces. However, As long as they affected the Patriarch of the Academy slightly, they might be able to reverse the situation and change the outcome. The phantoms of the 8 great ancient emperors turned fainter and looked at Su Zimo with smiles and anticipation, just like the scene of the 10th tribulation back then. This time round, the 8 great ancient emperors were truly leaving. The last traces left behind in this world faded away and eventually disappeared. When Su Zimo saw that, he was filled with grief and indignation and could not help but roar into the skies. Swoosh! A river of time appeared behind Su Zimo once more, and a tortoise and snake phenomenon appeared beneath him. At the same time, he transformed into a 4-headed and 8-armed state and charged towards the Patriarch of the Academy with a gaze like lightning. When the Patriarch of the Academy saw Su Zimo charging over, he did not have time to think and channeled a secret skill to release 3 heads and 6 arms. Not only that, a horsetail whisk, a jade scepter, and a long sword appeared in his hands as well. I'll let you have a taste of my divine weapon too. A smug look flashed through the eyes of the Patriarch of the Academy. These are the tripartite jade scepter, dual polarity horsetail whisk, and heartless sword. Even if I didn't create Qinglian and obtain the complete inheritance of the technique repository, I'll still be able to create a divine weapon that belongs to me. The tripartite jade scepter contained the intents of heaven, earth, and man. The dual polarity horsetail whisk contained yin and yang. Those 2 divine weapons were similar to Su Zimo's tripartite jade scepter and Tai horsetail whisk. Even their auras were extremely similar. As for the heartless sword, it was ultimately forged using the longevity sword of the Longevity Emperor as its foundation. Not only did the Patriarch of the Academy want to defeat Su Zimo, he wanted to crush Su Zimo in all aspects and eventually replace him. He had already thought of his future path. With those 3 divine weapons, he could successfully inherit the tripartite jade scepter, Tai horsetail whisk, and Qinglian sword and fuse them into his own divine weapons. That would allow those 3 divine weapons to reach a higher level. In this way, he would have a better foundation and greater reliance after ascending to the Great Thousand World. Boom! Su Zimo's Chaos World collided with the Patriarch of the Academy's Qiankuan World with a deafening bang. If it was before, Su Zimo's Chaos World would not have been able to fight against the Qiankuan World with the augmentation of the Dao Seal. However, the Patriarch of the Academy's soul was shaken after all, and his essence spirit was affected. As such, the power of the Qiankuan World could not be unleashed to its limits. Although the Qiankuan World still suppressed the Chaos World, it could not shatter it for the time being. The 2 worlds collided, fought, devoured, and tore at each other. The 2 of them fought in close combat as their blood chi surged. The 4-headed and 8-armed Su Zimo and the 3-headed and 6-armed Academy Patriarch of the Academy clashed. The moment they collided, flesh and blood splattered, and a large blood mist erupted. Not only was there Su Zimo's blood, there was also the Academy Patriarch's blood. Neither of them retreated a single step, and their killing intent filled the air. Su Zimo's eyes transformed. One black and one white, they burst forth with 2 divine lights that shot towards the Academy Patriarch of the Academy. Roar! At the same time, Su Zimo released the roar of the Azure Dragon. His visual technique and sound domain secret skill were released at the same time. The Academy Patriarch of the Academy had long witnessed the terror of Su Zimo's eyes. Back then, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia divine talisman that he obtained was dispelled by the mysterious power in Su Zimo's eyes. He was familiar with all of Su Zimo's methods and was prepared for them. The Academy Patriarch of the Academy closed his eyes and suddenly opened them. 2 mysterious runes appeared in the depths of his eyes and shone brightly. They were the words Qian Kuan. He released a few secret skills in succession and augmented his ears to defend against the impact of the Azure Dragon's roar. Su Zimo's yin-yang divine light shone on the Academy Patriarch's eyes and instantly created a series of resplendent halos. It was as though it had collided with a strong barrier and could not advance. Chapter 30-34. Even the two divine stones, illumination and nether glow, could not injure the Academy Patriarch at all. Su-Zimo did not harp on it and changed his move. Using Tai as a brush and Yin and Yang as ink, he wrote 12 strange runes in the starry skies. 6 Ding and 6 Jia of the book, deities and ghosts shall disperse. Accompanied by Su-Zimo's chanting, the 12 gods of 6 Ding and 6 Jia descended once more. Although they did not have essence, spirit, flesh, and blood, their melee combat methods were comparable to great emperors. They formed a powerful formation and surrounded the Academy Patriarch. Humph! The Academy Patriarch was calm and merely sneered. Suddenly, a deathly aura burst forth from his body. He conjured hand seals in midair and pointed towards the starry skies, stomping his feet on the ground. Heavenly cycle as tomb, undying spirits. Suddenly, gigantic tombs appeared around the Academy Patriarch. Immediately after, the tombs split open and white bone living beings crawled out one after another. The holes in their eyes emitted a dark light that was sinister and terrifying as they charged towards the 12 heavenly gods with murderous intent. Those undying spirits were only the bones of imperial lords and could not compare to the 12 heavenly gods in terms of combat strength. However, there were way too many of them. They were densely packed and crawled out of the tombs in the starry skies, trapping the 12 heavenly gods in an endless stream. That method clearly originated from the Heaven Burial Sutra. However, there was no such content in the Heaven Burial Sutra that Su-Zimo cultivated. In other words, the Heaven Burial Sutra that he saw was incomplete. When Fengdu fought with him, it did not release such a method. There was a high chance that it was because Fengdu did not have a body of flesh and blood. Both sides fought fiercely and ceaselessly. They would deal with whatever came their way, and the battle grew more and more intense. Su-Zimo's attacks were ferocious, and he had many trump cards. However, they were all resolved by the Academy Patriarch. As for the Academy Patriarch, his 3 souls and 7 spirits were shaken and could not release his peak combat strength. For a moment, it was difficult for him to suppress Su-Zimo. The battle was in a stalemate. The Academy Patriarch was in no hurry. His expression was calm and composed. His universe world was augmented by a Dao seal, so he could afford it. As for Su-Zimo, the only reason he was able to stand against him was because of the secret techniques of the ancient and modern battles. Su-Zimo only had 5 million years of life left, fighting from the past to the present, 10,000 years in a breath. Every breath was incomparably precious. Su-Zimo wouldn't be able to last much longer. The longer it took, the more advantageous it would be for the Patriarch of the Academy. On the road to heaven, although the 8 great emperors of old had passed away, the war flag that carried the civilization of an era had not fallen. It was still being carried on someone's shoulder, fluttering in the wind. When the person carrying the flag fell, a second person would rush up and pick up the battle flag. The heaven-defying cultivators who walked out of the dreamlike badge were only in the form of souls. They could not last for long, and as time passed, their numbers decreased. However, there were more and more heaven-punishing cultivators on the path to heaven. Countless living beings soared into the sky from all over the 3,000 worlds. There were imperial emperors, immortal kings, true spirits, and even earth immortals and heaven immortals who stepped onto the path to ascension to the heavens. Fight! 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 On the path to heaven, the sounds of killing shook the heavens and war songs echoed. Many living beings had already abandoned their lives and severed their paths of retreat. In this generation, under the lead of great Emperor Araki Takashi and the 8 great emperors of old, the living beings of the 3,000 worlds were completely awakened. They defied the heavens and attacked the heavenly courts. Even many experts from the blood world, tomb realm, lifeless world, and many other worlds changed sides. The heaven-punishing cultivators of several eras finally gathered in this generation and used their blood and lives to compose a solemn and tragic song. The civilizations of several eras released their final brilliance in this generation. The 9 paths to heaven shone brighter and brighter, illuminating the night sky like 9 blazing fire dragons that coiled and spiraled upwards. The heaven-punishing cultivators who charged at the forefront carried the 10 war flags and puffed out their chests. It was as though they were holding huge torches high. Their gazes were resolute as they burned the heavens. The flames burned on the netherworld array and engulfed everything with the momentum of a prairie fire. The netherworld array could not withstand the attacks of the heaven-punishing cultivators. It was on the verge of collapse and could collapse at any time. In fact, the heaven and earth Tao seal that had originally merged with the middle world was also loosening and becoming dimmer and dimmer. The Academy Patriarch had indeed proven his Tao in the middle world. However, when the living beings of the middle world were all awakened and stood in front of him, he was already incompatible with the entire middle world. The Academy Patriarch was not only fighting against Su Zimo, but also against the living beings of this generation. What he was fighting against were the creatures of the 10,000 races that had existed for countless eras. He was fighting against the brilliant civilizations created by the living beings of several eras. He was fighting against the wills of millions of living beings from ancient times until now. The middle world was not an illusory existence. It was because of the living beings of flesh and blood, the brilliant civilizations and the unyielding wills that the middle world of today was created. Between heaven and earth, the battle between Su Zimo and the Academy Patriarch was still ongoing. However, as time passed, Su Zimo's lifespan decreased, and his body gradually emitted a hint of twilight aura. At that moment, Su Zimo looked much older than him, like an old man who was at the end of his life. The Academy Patriarch looked at the increasing wrinkles on Su Zimo's face, and a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. "You don't have much time left." In the midst of the battle, the Academy Patriarch still had the strength to speak indifferently. There was no hint of surrender or retreat in Su Zimo's eyes. Even if he fought to the last moment and exhausted his lifespan, he would not retreat. Spatial Seal, Immortal Tao Seal, Buddhist Tao Seal, Fiend Tao Seal, Yin Yang Seal, Massacre Seal, Dream Seal, Time Seal, Storm Seal. Su Zimo released the 9 great forbidden arts once again and released his final killing technique. The 9 prohibitions shrouded the sky and formed a Taoist seal that pressed down on the sect leader of the Academy. A trapped beast is still putting up a fight. The Academy Patriarch chuckled and controlled his heaven and earth Tao seal to smash fiercely towards Su Zimo's 9 restrictions Tao seal. In the middle world, your 9 great forbidden arts can destroy the Lord of Hell, but they can't shake my heaven and earth Tao seal. I am the Heavenly Emperor and have attained the Tao of the middle world. How can your Tao seal fight against the power and will of the entire middle world? Before he finished speaking, the 2 Tao seals collided heavily and exploded with a deafening bang. A huge halo spread out in all directions. Just as the Academy Patriarch said, Su Zimo's 9 restrictions Tao seal collapsed and turned into nothingness. However, the Academy Patriarch's body trembled, and the smile on his face froze. A look of shock and disbelief appeared in his eyes. How was this possible? Su Zimo's 9 restrictions Tao seal collapsed, and his heaven and earth Tao seal was also dissipating. It was gradually peeling off from the sky of the middle world. His realm was still that of a great emperor. However, the Academy Patriarch could clearly sense that he was losing control of the middle world. His heaven and earth world no longer resonated with the middle world. End of chapter. Chapter 32-35. The Academy Patriarch was still a great emperor, but losing the resonance with the middle world meant that he had no advantage in the middle world, and his combat power would be weakened. Just like the Lord of Hell and the Lord of the Heavenly Court, although they were both great emperors, their seals could not merge with the middle world, and they could not unleash their peak combat power. This was not the only thing that shocked the Academy Patriarch. He could clearly feel that Su Zimo's aura was rising rapidly, and the power that erupted was becoming more and more ferocious and terrifying. Su Zimo was clearly in his twilight years, and he did not have much lifespan left. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave, but his combat power was increasing instead of decreasing. This increase had far exceeded the Academy Patriarch's imagination and understanding. The Academy Patriarch was shocked and bewildered as he looked at Su Zimo in disbelief. Even if Su Zimo had a breakthrough and stepped into the Great Emperor realm, his combat power would not have increased to this extent. The clan master of the Academy immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. The Academy Patriarch looked at the sky from the corner of his eye, and his body suddenly trembled as he cried out in surprise. There were not many things in the world that could make him lose his composure. In the sky, after the original heaven and earth seal dissipated, another trace of the great Tao vaguely appeared. It was an emerald green Qinglian that was born in the chaos. Tao imprint. This was the symbol of a great emperor. How could it be? The Academy Patriarch could see through the secrets of the heavens and knew about the past and present. He knew countless secrets from Fengdu, but he could not imagine that he would see such a shocking scene. Su Zimo was just a lesser great emperor, but at this moment he had reached the heavens in one step and revealed a Tao imprint. The difference between a lesser great emperor and a great emperor was a whole realm. A dream. The sect master of the Academy bellowed, "This must be a dream. It must be my imagination." Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he could not believe the scene. Not only the Patriarch of the Academy, but also Su Zimo himself was greatly shocked. But very quickly he understood the reason. Dai Yu had described the process of confirming one's Tao as a great emperor when they were discussing Tao techniques. The great Tao was formless, invisible, and untouchable. It was the hardest to comprehend. Once he understood his own Tao, sensed it, felt the will of the Tao, and experienced the concept of the great Tao, he could try to condense his own Tao imprint in his own world. In other words, as long as one enters the immortal emperor realm and cultivates a world of their own, they can attempt to condense the seal of Tao. But since ancient times, no one had ever succeeded. Firstly, there was a huge gap between the monarch realm and the martial monarch realm. Without the accumulation of cultivation and the accumulation of time, it was difficult to have a deep understanding of the Tao, and thus it was impossible to condense the Tao seal. Secondly, his world wouldn't be able to withstand it. A Tao imprint meant that one had already touched upon a higher level of power. This was the Tao. Even if there was a monstrously talented genius who could condense a Tao imprint, his minor accomplishment world would not be able to withstand it. It would immediately collapse and even implicate him. It was because of these two reasons that ordinary emperors couldn't become great emperors. And Su Zimo's situation was extremely special. He had just entered the immortal emperor realm and fought with the Lord of Hell, the Patriarch of the Academy. He didn't have time to sense and comprehend his own Tao. Normally speaking, he wouldn't be able to condense a Tao imprint. However, when he stepped into the true self realm and emperor realm, many ancient memories appeared in his mind. The Tao imprint that belonged to him was hidden in these broken memory fragments. The reason why he could condense the Tao imprint was partly because of the inherited memories of Qinglian. Another important reason was that the 9 paths to heaven had been filled with the will and faith of countless living beings throughout the epochs since ancient times. These faith represented the middle world. It was this endless power of faith that helped Su Zimo condense his Tao imprint, rather than saying that Su Zimo was the middle world's Tao. Or rather, it was the middle world that chose Su Zimo. And although Su Zimo's world was only at the minor accomplishment level, it was evolved from 5 grotto heavens and could even suppress a great perfection world. It was because of this that the chaos world could withstand it and his Tao imprint could appear. The entire process could be said to be a freak combination of factors and fate. There was no Patriarch of the Academy who betrayed all living beings, no Su Zimo who risked his life to protect them, no Qinglian's inherited memories, no heaven punishing cultivators from ancient times, no awakening of all living beings to resist. If there was any missing link in between, it wouldn't have been able to create the current Emperor Araki Takashi. The Patriarch of the Academy was also an extremely smart person. After a short period of shock, he gradually understood the reason. The power he relied on the most was already in Suzumo's hands. The power between the two sides had been switched. The Patriarch of the Academy realized that the outcome was set and it was irreversible. He wanted to turn around and escape to the greater world. However, Suzumo was already in front of him with the Chaos Tao imprint on his back, cutting off his path of ascension. The world that was condensed with the Chaos Tao imprint suppressed down. Boom! There was a deafening sound. With just a single strike, the Patriarch of the Academy was sent flying and spewed out a large amount of blood mist. Suzumo stopped using the mystic skill of battle ancient and modern. According to the Fiend Master, the lifespan of an ordinary emperor could reach 100 million years. Although he had already verified his Tao as an emperor, he was restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, and there were no signs of his lifespan increasing. After coming out of the dreamlike token, his lifespan was only left with 5 million years. Up till this point of the battle, most of his lifespan was exhausted and he only had a few 100,000 years left. The current Suzumo had white hair and looked like an old man in his twilight years. However, his eyes were still clear and his body was still tall. He no longer needed to release battle ancient and modern. He had already verified his Tao as a middle thousand. Although they were both emperors, the Patriarch of the Academy was no match for him in the middle thousand world. Against the 9 restrictions Tao imprint earlier on, the Patriarch of the Academy's universe, Tao imprint, showed signs of dissipating. Now that it was suppressed by Suzumo's Chaos Tao imprint, the universe Tao imprint had already collapsed completely. The Patriarch of the Academy spat out blood with a pale face. He stood up in an extremely wretched manner, and the world behind him was on the verge of collapse. He had lost. Fufufu! The Patriarch of the Academy lowered his head and laughed maniacally. His laughter grew louder and louder. Suzumo, I didn't lose to you. The Patriarch of the Academy jerked his head up and pointed at the heaven-punishing cultivators on the path to heaven. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If not for someone helping you and the appearance of these people, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me." Suzumo remained silent and merely looked at the Patriarch of the Academy, quietly. If not for the dream token of the evil emperor, the 8 ancient emperors in the dream token, and the heaven-punishing cultivators of multiple eras, he would not have been able to win this battle. "You're right," Suzumo said. "You didn't lose to me, you lost to yourself. If not for the fact that you chose this path and abandoned all living beings, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you." When the Patriarch of the Academy heard that, his body swayed slightly as though he had been dealt a heavy blow to his heart. That sentence was like a sharp sword that pierced the Tao heart of the Patriarch of the Academy. The Patriarch of the Academy chose this cold-blooded and heartless Tao that severed the 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, he was ultimately implicated by that Tao. What master of heaven and earth? Supreme and the only heavenly emperor. In the end, it was all for naught. Right from the start, he was wrong. He had worked hard for half his life and exhausted everything, but he was wrong from the start. Ha 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 ha. The Patriarch of the Academy laughed maniacally and muttered repeatedly, "I lost to myself, I lost to myself." The destruction of the Tao Seal, a huge defeat, a painstaking plan that turned into a dream in the end, and the hopelessness of ascension after this series of blows. Suzumo pointed out the crux of the matter. The Patriarch of the Academy's Tao heart was showing signs of collapsing. Elder Xian had a complicated expression as he watched this scene and sighed. It was as if it was fated. Back then, the moment the Patriarch of the Academy fell from the 10th step of the Tao heart ladder, it seemed to foreshadow today's outcome. His Tao heart could not cross this step in the end. End of chapter. Chapter 32-36. At this point, there was no longer any suspense about the outcome of the battle between the two. In terms of battle and Tao heart, The Academy Patriarch had already suffered a crushing defeat. Su Zimo looked at the Academy Patriarch, who was at the end of his rope. His expression was calm, and there was no pity in his heart. In this war of the heavens, many people had perished because of the Academy Patriarch's ambition. If it weren't for the dreamlike token, the ancient emperors would have descended into the middle world with the war flags and turned the situation around. The middle world would have fallen into endless darkness. Su Zimo attacked again. The Academy Patriarch knew that he was going to die, but he didn't surrender. Instead, he chose to fight for the last time. The Academy Patriarch no longer had any trump cards. This battle didn't last long before the outcome was decided. Under countless gazes, the Academy Patriarch's head was pierced through by Su Zimo's Qinglian sword. His sea of consciousness was pierced, and his primordial spirit was shattered. He died. The so-called Celestial Emperor's era was like a shooting star that streaked across the night sky. It passed in a flash. The Academy Patriarch had calculated everything. He used heaven and earth as a game, and all living beings as chess pieces. He wanted to control everything. However, there was a limit to one's strength. There was still a chess piece that jumped out of the chess game. Under the suppression of Su Zimo's chaotic Dao seal, the Netherworld Great Formation couldn't withstand it and completely collapsed. The middle world regained its light. With the fall of the Academy Patriarch, it also meant the end of the War of the Heavens. It was over. The souls that walked out of the dreamlike token gradually dissipated and entered the cycle of reincarnation. With the disappearance of the war flags, heaven and earth returned to peace. Unknowingly, cries sounded in the starry sky and spread throughout the 3,000 worlds. These cries contained the joy of the war of the heavens and also the sadness of parting. All living beings saw the ancient emperors, the sages who had once attacked the heavens, fall one by one on the path to heaven, leaving no traces behind. Immortal Emperor Ling Long experienced another life and death parting with Lin Zhan. Even Su Zimo, who had achieved the martial monarch realm, could not do anything about it. Back then, the evil emperor had promised to help Dai Yu be reborn in the Great Thousand World. It was also because the barrier between the three realms had been broken and she had broken through the limits of her cultivation level and reached another level. If not, Dai Yu would have been sent into the dreamlike token by the evil emperor like Lin Zhan and the rest. As Su Zimo watched the souls of the heaven-punishing cultivators dissipate one by one, he felt a tightness in his chest. He felt that he should do something. Lin Xuanji came to Su Zimo's side and said softly, "These people shouldn't only exist in words and memories." Su Zimo looked at the ruins in the 9 heavens. With a move, he was already standing on the heaven court. Under the control of his divine sense, 9 huge tombstones rose from the ruins of the 9 heavens and stood above the celestial court. Written on them were the 9 heavens, 9 underworlds, Dozhan, all heaven, light, darkness, star Avicii, and Shuedai. Although the war flags of the past had disappeared, these 9 monuments carried the glorious civilizations of the past and recorded the magnificent history. They were immortal. From now on, there would be no 9 heavens between the middle world and the Great Thousand World. Only these 9 immortal monuments were left standing. Every living being that ascended to the Great Thousand World would pass by this place. Looking at these 9 monoliths, one would naturally recall the period of time that was both inspiring and tearful, as well as the people who pressed forward courageously. Many experts came to Su Zimo's side and looked at the 9 monuments in the heaven court. Their expressions were filled with emotions. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had survived a disaster. It's finally over. The old man with the iron crown sighed softly. After this battle, the Netherworld Great Formation had been broken, and the passage to the Great Thousand World had been reopened. As long as one entered the martial monarch realm, they could choose to ascend to the Great Thousand World. The War of the Heavens has ended, but there are still 2 hidden dangers in the middle world. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. His gaze fell on the abyss of hell where the heaven realm had split open. His expression was cold. The moment he became a great emperor, the group of hell creatures seemed to have noticed something and withdrew from the battle and fled back to the infernal court. Whether it was Fengdu or the Lord of Hell, they both had almost immortal power. These two were still a huge hidden danger in the middle world. The beginning of this war of the heavens was started by these two people. Su Zimo's figure moved, and the next moment he was above the abyss of hell. Almost without hesitation, he waved his sword and sank into the abyss of hell. The sword chi was dense, piercing through countless layers of space and reaching straight to hell. Did he fail? Su Zimo seemed to have sensed something. His figure flickered and fell into the abyss of hell. He passed through the former Avicii hell and descended into the infernal court. To be precise, there was no infernal court here. The surroundings were dark and empty. There was no space or time. Everything in the infernal court, including all the creatures of the infernal court, had disappeared. Su Zimo spread out his divine sense and continued to explore. Not long after, he sped in a direction. After a while, he saw a mysterious flowing river. It was the Nether River. With Su Zimo's current divine sense, he could already envelop the entire Nether River. Only the blood sea in the center of the Nether River could not be explored by his divine sense. After letting his divine sense explore, he found that the Hell Path, Ghost Path, Beast Path, and Ashura Path that were originally connected to the Nether River had disappeared. Su Zimo was silent. The Demon Lord, the Evil Emperor, and the Brahma Ghost Mother had chosen to ascend to the greater world and took away their respective worlds. The disappearance of the infernal court meant that the Lord of Hell did not choose to be reborn in the middle world after his fall. The Lord of Hell should have realized that after Su Zimo reached the middle world, he had no chance at all in the middle world. He might even be imprisoned and suppressed by Su Zimo again and never see the light of day again. It was because of the painful experience of being imprisoned in the Hell of Avicii that the Lord of Hell made this choice. The Lord of Hell's departure meant that there was one less hidden danger in the middle world. However, the netherworld was still there. The heavenly court had long been broken. The Demon Lord, the Evil Emperor, the Brahma Ghost Mother, and the Lord of Hell had all left and ascended to the greater world. However, Fengdu was still there. Su Zimo stood at the edge of the Nether River and was silent. It was not only Fengdu that was different from the Demon Lord, the Evil Emperor, and the others. Even the Netherworld gave him a feeling that it was somewhat different from the Infernal Court and the Ghost World. It was indescribable. Su Zimo moved and walked toward the Netherworld. Fengdu should still be alive. 2,000 years ago, after Fengdu was killed by Wu Dao's original body, Wu Dao's original body had tried to find traces of Fengdu in the Netherworld, but to no avail. At that time, the War of the Heavens was imminent. Wu Dao's original body did not have much time to explore and search. This time, the War of the Heavens had ended and the crisis of the Middle World had been resolved. Su Zimo had enough time to explore the secrets of the Netherworld. Chapter 32-37 In the Netherworld. After the War of the Heavens, a large number of souls entered this place. According to the past process, they had to pass through the gates of hell and walk the path of Acheron. Along the way, they were inevitably troubled by the imps. However, Fengdu was killed and the scene of the War of the Heavens had also spread to the Netherworld. Not to mention the imps of the Netherworld. Even the ghost emperors of the 5 directions and the masters of the 6 great celestial palaces did not dare to make things difficult for the souls of the heaven-punishing cultivators. After Su Zimo descended to the Netherworld, he distributed the spider lilies beside Acheron to the many heaven-punishing cultivators. The spider lilies could preserve the memories of their previous lives, but if they entered the 6 paths of reincarnation, there would be too many variables. It was hard to say what would happen in the end. After all, he did not have the evil emperor's methods. After sending away the souls of the heaven-punishing cultivators, Su Zimo did not leave the Netherworld. Instead, he sat quietly on the calf-holding mountain and covered the entire Netherworld with his divine sense, patiently searching for traces of Fengdu. Under the envelopment of his divine sense, the living beings of the netherworld were silent, and all of them hid. After the War of the Heavens, Su Zimo could ascend. However, he was worried that Fengdu would make a comeback and the middle world would fall into darkness again, so he stayed in the netherworld. He sat there for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, Su Zimo looked even older. However, the divine light in his eyes became more and more terrifying. For 10,000 years, he searched the netherworld several times and did not miss a single corner. There were almost no secrets in the netherworld in his eyes. However, he still did not find any traces of Fengdu. It was as if after killing Fengdu 10,000 years ago, this master of the netherworld soul had already dissipated and he had completely fallen. However, Su Zimo knew in his heart that Fengdu was definitely not dead. It was only because he was in the netherworld that he did not dare to appear. As for where Fengdu was hiding, he did not know. However, there was something else that puzzled Qinyi about the underworld. Logically speaking, there should be a record of all the souls that entered the netherworld. Su Zimo had once asked Ghost Emperor Yongyin. According to him, there was indeed such a list in the netherworld. However, only Fengdu had the right to read it. None of the living beings in hell knew where this roster was located or what it looked like. However, Su Zimo had read through all the ancient books in hell, and he had never seen such a register that recorded the past and present lives of souls. Initially, he wanted to search for the traces of the souls of Su Hong, Yao Shui, and the rest in the netherworld. But now he could only give up. On this day, Su Zimo seemed to have sensed something, and his figure flickered. This was the first time in 10,000 years that he had left the netherworld. After he left, the living beings of the netherworld were finally able to relax. They revealed themselves one after another and looked in the direction of calf-embracing mountain with lingering fear in their hearts. Heaven Wasteland Domain. Elder Taiguan, Foam Cantillon, Yiksha Fear King, and the other imperial emperors were preparing to ascend to the immortal world on this day. Many experts from various domains gathered at Heaven Wasteland Domain. Su Zimo also rushed back from the underworld to send them off. In these 10,000 years, Foam Cantillon had already stepped into the Emperor realm. Although he was only at the small success stage of the Emperor realm, he could still choose to ascend to the Great Thousand Worlds. All the experts were happily gathered together, drinking wine and chatting merrily as they recalled the past, and all of them sighed with emotion. Although immortal Emperor Linglong had cultivated to the great circle of the Emperor realm, she did not plan to ascend. Instead, she continued to stay in Heaven Wasteland Domain. Everyone knew that she wanted to wait for Lin Zhan's reincarnation in the middle world, even if the hope was slim. There were too many variables and uncertainties in reincarnation and rebirth. They could be reborn in any domain and into any race. There were billions of small worlds and 3,000 middle worlds. Waiting like this was countless times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Zimo, when do you plan to ascend? Elder Tai Guan asked during the banquet. There's no hurry. Let's wait a little longer. Su Zimo did not specify a specific time frame. He indeed wanted to ascend to the Great Thousand World as soon as possible to find Dai Yu's whereabouts, but he was really worried about his old friends here. Moreover, although he had already condensed a Dao seal, he still needed to continue cultivating and strengthen one side of the world. In the middle world, with his means, he could also obtain enough origin stones to ensure that his cultivation level would improve. Now, one side of the world had already been perfected. After experiencing the tribulation of re-establishing the heavenly courts, everyone knew the intention of Su Zimo's actions, but there were still some people who were worried. Master, your lifespan, Kitsune asked softly, due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth. Su Zimo's lifespan did not increase, even though he had already attained the Tao and become a Dharch. After the War of the Heavens, he continued to use the ancient and modern battles, and his lifespan was only left with a few 100,000 years. Now, Su Zimo's hair was white, and there were even a few strands of white beard hanging in front of his chest. He looked even older than Elder Xian. However, his eyes were like torches, and his gaze was intimidating. He wore a loose green robe, and his hair and beard were all white. He floated in the air, and he was untainted by the mortal world. He had a different aura. "It's fine." Suzimo smiled slightly. His lifespan was only limited by the laws of heaven and earth. As long as he ascended to the great world, his lifespan would naturally increase to 100 million years. He had to wait for an opportunity to leave without worry. After 10,000 years, Kitsune, Monkey, Night Spirit, and the others had also cultivated to the Grotto Heaven realm or boundary, the Arch realm. As everyone chatted, Suzimo also mentioned something that happened to Night Spirit back then. Night Spirit was once trapped in the evil demon battlefield, but for some reason, he became the first living being to leave the evil demon battlefield in several eras. According to Night Spirit, not long after his bloodline showed signs of atavism, he was released by the celestial tribute world. At that time, there seemed to be people from the heavenly courts. He did not know the exact reason. Perhaps it had something to do with his bloodline. The masters of the heavenly courts had already ascended, so there was naturally no way to ask about this matter. After the old man with the iron crown and the others ascended, Suzimo traveled all over the middle world, searching for traces of Fengdu. Momo and Lu Ping were always by his side. Therefore, in the various large worlds, people would occasionally see a white-haired old man in a green robe walking slowly in the starry sky on a turtle snake. 2 Dao children followed behind him, holding a horsetail whisk in one hand and a rui in the other. That white-haired old man is the great Emperor Araki Takashi of our generation. The 2 Dao children behind him also have an extraordinary background. They are called the Peach and Willow Immortals. Of course, the Peach and Willow Immortals are the ones who resolve some of the world disputes. I heard that the great Emperor Araki Takashi is protected by 12 mighty gods. It's a pity that I didn't get to see them this time. Legends about the great Emperor Araki Takashi were spread all over the 3,000 domains, and some even spread to the millions of small worlds. After several rounds of circulation, they evolved into many myths. In the mortal world of some small worlds, there were even mortals who made statues of him, worshipped him, and received incense. For 10,000 years, although Suzimo did not travel around the middle world, the Heaven Wasteland domain had become the most powerful force in the 3,000 domains. Not only the Peach and Willow Immortals, but also the Zither and Flute Devils. There were even people who called you Luosha and Nianqi, the Ghost Messenger and Divine Envoy. Regardless of whether it was the Ghost Messenger or the Divine Envoy, wherever they went, the large worlds did not dare to slight them. And after Suzimo traveled around the 3,000 domains, he returned to the calf holding Mountain once again to guard the underworld. All ghosts avoided him, and the middle world was peaceful. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years had passed. Chapter 32-38. After the Great War of the Heavens, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth filled the 3,000 domains. All living beings recuperated, multiplied, and grew stronger. It was a scene of prosperity and prosperity. Although there were still many battles and conflicts in various parts of the middle world, with the Heaven Wasteland domain guarding, there were no more wars between the major domains, ushering in peace and prosperity. In the past 50,000 years, Suzimo rarely appeared. Most of the time, he just sat on the mountain and intimidated the underworld. It was only when old friends ascended to the vast 1,000 domains that he would appear to send them off. In the past 50,000 years, some old friends ascended one after another. The monkey, night spirit, tiger, Ching Ching, little fox, golden lion, and the other brothers. Only the monkey and night spirit stepped into the emperor realm. After all, the bloodlines of the two were extraordinary. Suzimo had later investigated the bloodlines of the two. Even in the face of his Qinglian bloodline, the bloodlines of the two could still erupt with a power to resist. Ching Ching, tiger, little fox, and golden lion also had their own opportunities. But gradually there was a gap between them, and after the monkey and night spirit stepped into the emperor realm, There was a strong suction force from the vast thousand domains, forcibly dragging the two of them to the vast thousand domains. Su Zimo rushed back from the underworld, but only saw the backs of the two. He did not stop them. Firstly, he could not stop this kind of power. Secondly, he had seen some records of this phenomenon in the ancient books of the underworld. According to the ancient book, before the upheaval in the great thousand world, any living being that had stepped into the Emperor realm would feel the call of the great thousand world and ascend on their own. They would not stay in the middle world for too long. After that turmoil, the barrier of the three domains was broken, which affected the operation of the laws of heaven and earth. And the scene that appeared on the monkey and knight spirit probably originated from their bloodlines. It should not be a bad thing. The Yaksha king of fear, chess deity Junyu, and some other old friends also ascended. In addition to them, there were some people who, after stepping into the Emperor realm, had remained in the middle world and did not seem to have any plans to ascend. Heaven Wasteland Domain, Chiankuan Academy. A girl in green came to a cave surrounded by mountains and rivers. She gently knocked on the door and said, "Sister Emo Ching, it's me." The green-clothed woman was only wearing plain clothes and light makeup, yet she possessed an air of elegance and nobility that far surpassed all other women. She was the book immortal Yunju. Yunju knew that Emo Ching was concentrating on painting. Even if someone came to the cave, she might not notice it. That was why she knocked on the door. Inside the cave, Emo Ching was immersed in her painting when she heard the voice from outside. Her brush suddenly trembled, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and she hurriedly put away the dozen or so scrolls in the cave. After calming herself down, Emo Ching stood up and welcomed Yunju in. "What is Emo Ching Mimi doing, making me wait for so long?" Yunju's beautiful eyes looked at Yunju, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile. The so-called bitter wait was, of course, an exaggeration. This sentence was originally just a joke. Emo Ching seemed to have been caught doing something bad. She avoided Yunju's gaze and replied before she had time to think, "I'm painting." "Where's the painting? Aren't you going to let me take a look?" Yunju looked around the cave residence, and a smile appeared in her eyes. Emo Ching knew that she could not hide her thoughts from Yunju. She snorted and said, as if she was angry, "That painting is too ugly." Yunju smiled. The two women chatted in the cave. Emo Ching would only talk more and smile more when she was with Yunju. However, during their conversation, they seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally avoiding something. Before they left, Yunju asked, "Sister, you've already stepped into the Emperor realm. Don't you plan to ascend to the great thousand world?" "Yes." Emo Ching replied softly and lowered her head. "Sister, you know me. It's enough for me to have a place in the middle world, far away from the clamor of disputes, to peacefully paint. The great thousand world is nothing to me." Yunju smiled. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. "Sister, you've also stepped into the Emperor realm. Why didn't you ascend?" Emo Ching looked up and asked. Yunju said, "Perhaps there's someone in the middle world that I can't bear to leave." Emo Ching's heart trembled. "Who is it?" Yunju blinked and said with a smile, "Of course it's you." Emo Ching knew that she was teased by Yunju again, but she was not angry. She just glared at her. At this moment, in the 3,000 domains, an extremely sharp sword chi suddenly burst out, rushing to the sky and tearing the sky. Even Yunju and Emo Ching, who were in the Heaven Wasteland domain, sensed it. Yunju said, "Only the master of the sword domain, Kitsune, can send out such a powerful sword will. It seems that she has cultivated to the great circle of the Emperor realm." Emo Ching said, "There are others like us who don't want to ascend to the great thousand world. Junior brother Su's eldest disciple has not ascended yet." Yunju sighed. She didn't ascend, perhaps because she knows that she bears the burden of brother Su's expectations. "Huh," Mo Ching was a little puzzled. Yun Zhu's eyes flashed with sadness. She did not explain, but murmured, "He's leaving." Kitsune had cultivated to the great circle of the Emperor realm. The sword Qi reverberated between heaven and earth, and the sword did not dissipate. All living beings in the 3,000 domains sensed it. This kind of movement was not even comparable to a great emperor who had cultivated the Tao. In the netherworld, at the peak of the Holding Calf Mountain, an old man in a green robe was sitting like a stone. He looked like he had passed away without any vitality. However, the moment Kitsune's sword rushed to the sky, the old man in the green robe suddenly opened his eyes. The light that bloomed from his eyes could almost spread to every corner of the netherworld. The ghosts all avoided him, not daring to look at him. As his eyes opened, the vast vitality in the old man in the green robe also awakened and burst out. The old man in the green robe slowly got up and murmured, "It's time to leave." After the War of the Heavens, Su Zimo did not have much lifespan left. The reason why he chose to guard the netherworld for 60,000 years was that he was worried that Fengdu would come back and cause chaos after he left. For 60,000 years, with him guarding the netherworld, Fengdu seemed to have disappeared into thin air and never appeared. Su Zimo was waiting for an opportunity. When an expert who could suppress Fengdu was born in the middle world, he could leave in peace. Over the years, there were people who had reached the great circle of the Emperor realm, but in terms of combat strength, they were still no match for Fengdu. It was only when Kitsune cultivated to the great circle of the Emperor realm that Su Zimo knew that he could leave in peace. From now on, the middle world would be guarded by Kitsune. Even if Fengdu came back, it would definitely not be able to withstand Kitsune's sword. Su Zimo's heart stirred. In the next moment, he had already arrived above the sword world. "Master." Kitsune saw Su Zimo and bowed slightly. The two of them had never communicated about this matter, but Kitsune knew what Su Zimo wanted, so she stayed in the middle world and did not leave. The so-called passing of the torch was not only passing down some Tao techniques, but also a kind of spirit and a responsibility. End of this chapter. Chapter 30-39. This sword is for you. Suddenly, a 3-feet-long sword appeared in Su Zimo's palm. The blade was dark, and the words "Northern Darkness" were engraved on it. There was no sharpness to it, and it looked like an ancient sword that had been sealed for a long time. This sword looked ordinary, but Kitsune's martial soul was a sword. The moment she saw this ancient sword, she realized that this sword was extraordinary. This ancient sword was not without its sharpness, but its sharpness had been restrained and hidden between heaven and earth. It was like the sea of the northern underworld, unfathomable. The moment this ancient sword appeared, Kitsune's sword soul felt a trace of excitement. It trembled slightly and emitted waves of sword cries. Su Zimo said, "This sword was forged from the fusion of the patriarch of the Academy's heartless sword, the Yin and Yang horsetail whisk, and the 3 talents jade rui. These 3 were all great emperor divine weapons. Only Wu Dao's original body, who controlled 9 kinds of supreme flames, could smelt and even reforge great emperor divine weapons. When Su Zimo proved his Tao as a great emperor, he had already re-established contact with Wu Dao's original body. However, Wu Dao's original body was locked by some kind of power of the vast thousand world. He tried several times, but could not leave the range of the Nether Blood Sea. As long as he tried to leave, that strong sense of crisis would emerge in his heart. He could only give up. As for the black-robed man in the ruins, his origin, identity, cultivation, everything was unknown. Since the last time he talked to Wu Dao's original body, the black-robed man had not spoken a word to Wu Dao's original body for 60,000 years. Even if Wu Dao's original body asked several times, the black-robed man seemed to be deaf and did not hear. The black-robed man had admitted that even he could not escape the pursuit of the vast thousand world and could only be trapped in the Nether Blood Sea. In other words, no matter what Su Zimo did outside the Nether Blood Sea, the black-robed man could not interfere. But if one were to step into the Nether Blood Sea, they might not be able to control themselves. Wu Dao's original body was trapped in the Nether Blood Sea, unable to escape. Su Zimo didn't want Qinglian's true body to be trapped in there as well. So during these past few years, out of caution, Su Zimo didn't step foot into the territory of the Nether Blood Sea. The two true bodies had only met twice at the edge of the Blood Ocean. Su Zimo gave the Heartless Sword, the Yin and Yang Horsetail Whisk, and the Tri-Talent Jade Rui Scepter to Wu Dao for him to refine and reforge. Afterwards, Wu Dao's main body arrived at the edge of the Unholy Blood Sea and returned the Dark North Sword to Su Zimo. Kitsune received the ancient sword, and in almost an instant, the sword's spirit had already established a connection with the ancient sword, resonating with it. Wang. The sword trembled slightly. The Dark North Sword still didn't reveal its sharpness, but its sword intent had already merged with the heavenly cycle of stars. With just a thought from Kitsune, boundless sword intent would manifest and destroy everything. The Heartless Sword was forged with the Longevity Sword as the core. It was originally a great emperor's divine weapon, and this Dark North Sword, after being refined and reforged by Wu Dao's original body's 9 divine flames, had become even more powerful. But after Kitsune received the long sword, she didn't feel much joy. She only lowered her head slightly and looked at the long sword in her hand. She didn't say anything, hiding the reluctance in the depths of her eyes. She knew that Su Zimo was about to leave. The two of them parted, not knowing when they would meet again. Although Kitsune was the master of the sword world and had cultivated to the great circle of the martial emperor realm, in front of Su Zimo, she seemed to forever be that young girl in Dark North Town who had her dantian shattered and had just started practicing Wu Dao. As long as Su Zimo was present, she would feel an indescribable sense of security. Master! Kitsune was silent for a long time. She bit her lip lightly and raised her head to call out, as if wanting to say something. But she only saw Su Zimo's blurry back. In the next moment, he had already disappeared. When Su Zimo reappeared, he was already above the Nether River. Before leaving, he wanted to take a treasure with him. Perhaps this treasure originally belonged to him. Wu Dao's original body had once seen a ball of fire in the Nether Blood Sea. Over the years, Wu Dao's original body had gone to investigate this ball of fire and finally saw its true appearance. In that ball of fire, there was a red lotus platform floating. 12 rings of flower petals bloomed like raging flames. It was actually a 12th grade lotus. To be precise, this was not a lotus platform, but a 12th grade red lotus that had already grown to its peak. Moreover, the moment Wu Dao's original body saw this red lotus, in Su Zimo's mind he recalled the 4 rays of brilliance that flashed in his memory fragments after stepping into the Emperor realm. One of the green brilliance was the present creation, Qinglian, and the other red brilliance should be this red lotus in front of him. Red lotus of hellfire. Back then, when Wu Dao's original body descended to hell and released hellfire, the hellfire's power had also increased. It should be because of this red lotus of hellfire. What made him even more surprised was that this red lotus of hellfire was a 12th grade. One had to know that his creation, Qinglian, had grown to the peak of 12th grade and had gone through countless trials and tribulations. And this red lotus of hellfire had fallen into the Nether Blood Sea. Not only did it not die, but it had also grown to its peak. Su Zimo did not know how much the growth of this red lotus of hellfire had to do with the black-robed man in the depths of the Blood Sea. Furthermore, the red lotus of hellfire grew in the Nether Blood Sea and could be considered as the territory of the black-robed man after all. Therefore, for the past 60,000 years, Su Zimo had not touched this red lotus of hellfire and merely allowed Wu Dao's original body to cultivate at the side so that the power of the red lotus hellfire could be improved. Now that he was about to ascend, everything about the greater thousand world was unknown. Su Zimo was prepared to attempt to pluck the red lotus of hellfire. He did not want to experience what happened when he ascended from Tianhuang mainland once more. He had to be prepared as much as possible. If he could obtain this red lotus of hellfire, it would definitely be an extremely obvious improvement for him. Su Zimo was already prepared for the worst. If he were to pluck the red lotus of hellfire, he might anger the black-robed man and even implicate Wu Dao's original body. Even so, Su Zimo still had to take the risk. There was clearly a myriad of connections between this red lotus of hellfire and the creation Qinglian. Not only would his strength increase after obtaining this red lotus of hellfire, he might even be able to replenish some of his shattered legacy memories. The two true bodies were telepathically connected. Wu Dao's original body stood up and left the ruins, speeding towards the Nether Blood Sea. Although he seemed to be wandering around aimlessly, he was actually approaching the red lotus of hellfire slowly. All these years, in order to leave this place, Wu Dao's original body had been wandering around the Nether Blood Sea, searching for a way out. The departure of Wu Dao's original body was not sudden. Su Zimo headed towards the Nether Blood Sea as well. As long as Wu Dao's original body obtained the red lotus of hellfire and tossed it out of the range of the Nether Blood Sea, the black-robed man would be helpless even if he sensed it. At most, he would vent his anger on Wu Dao's original body. "Are you leaving?" As Wu Dao's original body was wandering around the Nether Blood Sea, the black-robed man spoke again after so many years with a hoarse voice. Wu Dao's original body froze for a moment. Before he could react, the black-robed man continued, "Hurry up if you want to pluck that red lotus. What are you dawdling for?" Su Zimo could not hide his intentions from the other party at all. End of chapter. Chapter 3240. Not only did the black-robed man guess Su Zimo's thoughts from his tone, he did not seem to care about Su Zimo plucking the red karmic fire lotus. Even so, Su Zimo did not step into the Nether Blood Sea. He only asked Wu Dao's original body to pluck the red karmic fire lotus and give it to him. The moment he received the red karmic fire lotus, Su Zimo could clearly sense that Qinglian and the red karmic fire lotus came from the same source, although the two lotuses contained completely different powers. However, Qinglian and the red karmic fire lotus did not repel each other. Instead, they were extremely close. Without Su Zimo's intentional control, the red karmic fire lotus attempted to fuse into his body. Outside the Nether Blood Sea, Su Zimo sat cross-legged on the red karmic fire lotus. Blazing flames spread instantly and engulfed his entire body, wrapping him tightly within. Streaks of flames surged into his body through his pores. Another type of power surged in his bloodline. It was scorching and violent, capable of incinerating everything. The karmic fire burned karma, forged his body, and tempered his bloodline. The roots, leaves, and petals of the red karmic fire lotus withered gradually. On the surface of Su Zimo's fair skin, a series of demonic yet beautiful red lotus patterns appeared and became clearer. The power within his body was also accumulating continuously. After absorbing the red karmic fire lotus, Su Zimo's body and bloodline were reborn once more. This was a mature grade 12 red karmic fire lotus. The improvement it brought to Su Zimo was unimaginable. He could clearly sense that, if not for the fact that he was in a middle world and was suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth, he would have broken through long ago. It was rare for the black-robed man to take the initiative to speak. When Wu Dao's original body saw that Qinglian's original body was cultivating outside the Nether Blood Sea, he turned back to the ruins and asked tentatively, "Senior, you seem to know the origin of this red karmic fire lotus." The black-robed man should be from the greater world as well. If he could have some understanding of the greater world before ascending, Su Zimo would be mentally prepared. Before heaven and earth were separated, there were no 3,000 worlds, no yin and yang, no space-time, and no living matter. The world was a mass of chaos. After an unknown period of time, a life was born from this mass of chaos. It was the chaos Qinglian. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse as he spoke tirelessly. In his days, Wu Dao's original body seemed to have been swept into the river of time by his voice, and he went against the flow and returned to the most primitive and ancient times. However, there was a huge upheaval in the great thousand world, which caused the chaotic Qinglian to shatter. She turned into 4 lotus seeds and scattered everywhere. Wu Dao's original body couldn't help but think of the 4 green, red, gold, and black lights in Qinglian's inherited memories. There were many legends about the creation Qinglian. She was said to be the only one in the world. He did not expect that Qinglian's background was actually so great. It was no wonder that the bloodlines of the 4 sacred beasts could not suppress the creation Qinglian. The black-robed man continued. Among them, the creation Qinglian landed in a lesser world, and after a few rounds, she was obtained by you. The red lotus of hellfire landed in this netherblood sea and grew to grade 12. As for the remaining 2, the golden lotus of merit and the black lotus of destruction, they should still be in the greater world. I don't know where exactly. The golden lotus of merit, the black lotus of destruction. The 2 lotuses corresponded to the gold and black brilliance in the inherited memories of the green lotus true body. The black-robed man said, "After you ascend to the greater world, if you can find the remaining 2 lotuses and refine them, you will have a chance of cultivating the Chaos Tao body. It will be of great help to your cultivation." After thinking for a moment, Wu Dao's original body asked, "What is the realm above the Great Emperor?" The Great Emperor is a special name given to the middle world when the 9 heavens blocked the path to ascension. The black-robed man said, "The corresponding realm of the so-called Great Emperor in the greater world is the Tao manifestation realm. They are called supremacies. Upon entering this realm, one has already touched upon the level of Tao. Therefore, there is a saying that those who enter the Tao are supremacies." Tao manifestation realm, Wu Dao's original body murmured softly. The black-robed man said, "There are 3 transformations in the Tao manifestation realm: world transformation, flesh transformation, and essence spirit transformation. With each transformation, one's combat strength will increase tremendously." Wu Dao's original body nodded silently. After Qinglian's original body condensed the Tao seal, the world she created would indeed undergo transformations. However, he had not experienced the flesh transformation and essence spirit transformation after that. In other words, under the restrictions of the heaven-earth law of the middle world, the highest realm one could reach was the world transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. The black-robed man said, "After the Tao manifestation realm is the Tao enlightenment realm, where one will be called a heavenly venerable. Above the Tao enlightenment realm is the Tao manipulation realm, where one will be called a Tao venerable. These 3 realms are called the 3 realms of Tao." Wu Dao's original body suddenly asked, "Is the Brahma ghost mother's realm a heavenly venerable or a Tao venerable?" Her, the black-robed man chuckled and said, "Above the Tao venerable realm is her realm, the saint realm. As the saying goes, one's lifespan is endless, and they can attain eternal life." Wu Dao's original body narrowed his eyes and digested the black-robed man's information silently. He had long sensed that the Fiend Lord and the Evil Emperor's realms were far above the Great Emperor's. However, he did not expect the difference to be this great. In that case, he would have to think long and hard before ascending to the greater world and seeking revenge on the Brahma ghost mother. This was the first time he had touched upon the secret of eternal life since he started cultivating. After a moment of silence, Wu Dao's original body asked, "What realm do I have to cultivate to if I want to leave this nether-blood sea and break free from the lock of the greater world? Tao Venerable? Saint Realm?" The black-robed man laughed again like the cry of an owl. He did not answer Wu Dao's original body's question. Instead, he pointed to the nether blood sea and asked, "Do you know how this blood sea was formed and why it hasn't withered after billions of years?" Wu Dao's original body shook his head. There was an extremely terrifying power hidden in the nether blood sea. Back then, just a drop of blood was enough to dissolve most of the power of the heavenly punishment. in this nether-blood sea, one could also avoid the killing intent of the greater world. The black-robed man said faintly, "Every drop of blood in this nether-blood sea is the blood of a saint." Hiss! Wu Dao's original body was shocked. He glanced at the ruins under his feet and asked subconsciously, "The corpses in these ruins, they are all corpses of saints." The black-robed man's voice was calm. Wu Dao's original body took a deep breath. His mind was in turmoil and could not calm down for a long time. The legendary saints who had endless lifespans and immortality were all buried here. What happened to cause the death of a saint? How many saints had fallen, and how much blood had flowed to form this endless blood sea that had not withered for billions of years? Who could kill a saint? Countless doubts appeared in the mind of Wu Dao's original body. Saints have endless lifespans and are known to have eternal life. How could they fall? Wu Dao's original body was still in disbelief as he asked with a frown. After all, the Fiend Master, the Evil Emperor, the Brahma Ghost Mother, and the others had fallen several times and could be resurrected. Eternal life does not mean immortality. The black-robed man did not seem to be willing to explain further and merely replied indifferently. End of chapter. Chapter 3241. Eternal life did not mean immortality. Although that statement seemed contradictory, there was a deeper meaning behind it. If you want to leave this place, you'll have to cultivate to the saint realm first. The black-robed man chuckled. Wu Dao's true body frowned slightly. There was a hint of schadenfreude in the black-robed man's laughter. Furthermore, he seemed to mean that he might not be able to leave the nether blood sea even if he cultivated to the saint realm. The black-robed man said, "At the very least, your cultivation will not be restricted by the rules of the three realms here, and you can continue to raise your cultivation realm. Although this holy ground isn't huge, there are opportunities everywhere. Even if someone from the greater world wants to cultivate here, they won't have the chance." Even so, Wu Dao's true body did not want to be trapped in these ruins and did not know when he could leave. However, he knew in his heart that he could not leave right now and could only let nature take its course and wait for an opportunity. Thankfully, Qinglian's true body was not trapped and could ascend to the greater world to search for Dai Yu. On the other side, the original red karmic fire lotus had withered completely and scattered in the underworld river, vanishing. All the power of the red karmic fire lotus had already fused into Su Zimo's body and bloodline. At that moment, two long swords circled around him. One was the Qinglian sword that was derived from the creation of Qinglian. The other was a long sword derived from the red karmic fire lotus. There were red patterns on it that resembled blooming lotus flowers. The black-robed man sat at the edge of the blood sea and seemed to be able to see the state of Qinglian's true body through the blood sea. Suddenly he said, "I can't leave this blood sea, but I can give you an opportunity. Send the two swords beside you in, and I'll reforge them for you." Su Zimo hesitated when he heard that. Initially, he was worried that the two swords would never return in the hands of the black-robed man. However, on second thought, even if there were many broken divine weapons in the holy ground where the black-robed man was, they were much stronger than the two swords beside him. After all, those divine weapons were weapons of the saints. Moreover, the red lotus of hellfire had been in the nether blood sea for so many years, but the black-robed man had never touched it. There was no need for him to covet this red lotus sword. Thinking of this, Su Zimo sent the Qinglian sword and red lotus sword into the nether blood sea, allowing Wu Dao to bring them to the holy ground lands. "Bring the Avicii great hell over," the black-robed man said again. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The Avicii great hell had been pierced by the heavenly punishment in the past and had long been shattered into pieces. No one knew what the black-robed man wanted to do with this shattered hell. Su Zimo didn't say anything. He turned around and left. Wu Dao's true body was watching the black-robed man from the holy grounds. His two true bodies were telepathically connected, so if anything happened he would immediately know. The black-robed man first took the red lotus sword. Two of his fingers gently slid across the body of the sword to the tip, and then he flicked it lightly. Whong! The sword trembled. The next moment, suddenly, a series of cracking sounds could be heard from the red lotus sword. It was filled with fine cracks before falling apart instantly. The red lotus sword was shattered into a pile of shards by the black-robed man's fingertip. Thereafter, the black-robed man pointed at the Qinglian sword. This divine weapon that could kill a great emperor also shattered into pieces. The two divine weapons were like paper in the hands of the black-robed man. The expression of Wu Dao's true body was unchanged. He knew that the black-robed man definitely had a follow-up move. The black-robed man casually grabbed a broken sword from the ruins and crushed it into powder with his palm. Thereafter, a ball of flames appeared in the black-robed man's palm and fused the shards of the red lotus sword with the powder. The black-robed man was reforging the sword. At the same time, the black-robed man channeled streams of blood from the nether blood sea into the sword continuously. Every single drop of blood that landed on the sword would cause the killing intent of the sword to intensify. According to the black-robed man, every single drop of the nether blood sea was the blood of a saint. Now that the sword had drunk its fill of the blood of a saint, it was hard to imagine what it would look like after it was reforged. As time passed by, the red lotus sword gradually took shape. The lotus flowers on the sword had already vanished and were replaced by a blood-red color. Even Su Zimo, who was standing outside the netherworld blood sea, could sense the blood chi and killing intent emanating from the sword clearly. In fact, he was shuddering in fear. The killing intent of the sword was way too intense. After all, the sword was based on the red lotus sword. Although it had undergone tremendous changes, it still maintained a connection with him. Otherwise, Su Zimo had no confidence in controlling the blood-colored sword. Wang. After the reforging of the red lotus sword was completed, it crossed the nether blood sea and arrived beside Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. The moment the red lotus sword left the range of the nether blood sea, the killing intent burst forth, as though it could split the world apart and reach the clouds. Sword World. Kitsune was refining the Dark North sword. All of a sudden, the body of the Dark North sword vibrated and hummed continuously. The sword chi was retracted, as though it was afraid of something. Kitsune looked in the direction of hell in deep thought. Holy ground, the black-robed man said. Throw the Avicii hell in. Under the augmentation of Su Zimo's Dao technique, the dilapidated hell shrunk to the size of a fist and was thrown into the nether blood sea. It was brought to the holy ground by Wu Dao's true body. The black-robed man found a few broken blades that were extremely sharp from the ruins and smelted them. Thereafter, he fused the broken blades and the Avicii hell into the Qinglian sword to reforge the body of the sword. The sharpness of the Qinglian sword turned brighter and brighter. Not only that, the sword emitted another type of power that was extremely similar to the Avicii hell. These methods, Su Zimo lamented internally. Not only did the black-robed man reforge the Qinglian sword, he even fused the Avicii hell into it, causing the Qinglian sword to transform completely. Before long, the reforged Qinglian sword was at greater mastery and was sent out of the nether blood sea by the black-robed man, returning to Su Zimo's hands. Su Zimo wielded a sword in each hand and sensed the changes and power of the two swords. The Qinglian sword in his left hand was extremely sharp, as though it could sever everything. The red lotus sword in his right hand was murderous and filled with blood chi. After the two swords were reborn, they contained an extremely terrifying power. However, given Su Zimo's current cultivation realm, there was no way he could unleash their full power. The black-robed man's voice sounded once more. These two swords have been reforged by me and are far stronger than before. The green sword is the sharpest and is unparalleled. Since it's fused with the Avicii hell, it can be called the Avicii sword. The blood-red sword is the #1 killing sword and is unparalleled. With the support of the karmic fire, it kills without karma. It's mainly forged with the nether blood sea and can be called the Netherworld Sword. With the help of these two swords, you should be able to protect yourself in the greater thousand world. This opportunity was truly not small. Suzimo asked in a deep voice, "Senior, what do you need me to do?" "You," the black-robed man said indifferently, "you are still far from it. Take care of yourself." Chapter 3242. Senior, what do you know about this page of the Book of Life and Death? Suzimo thought of something and took out the black paper he snatched from Fengdu. In the netherworld, he wanted to find a book that recorded the souls of all living beings, but he did not find any clues. He had also studied this black paper for a long time, but could not find a way. There were obvious signs of tearing at the edge of the black paper. Even if Suzimo attacked with all his strength, he could not tear this black paper apart. When he probed with his divine sense, he could only sense that this black paper was the Book of Life and Death, but it was dark inside and he could not see anything. The black-robed man ignored Suzimo's question. Suzimo asked about some information about the vast thousand domains, but the black-robed man only replied that he had been trapped here for many years and did not know the situation of the vast thousand domains, so he kept quiet and did not seem willing to talk more. Wu Dao's original body and the black-robed man had stayed in the holy ground for tens of thousands of years and knew that the black-robed man had a strange temperament, so he did not ask any more questions. Suzimo left the Netherworld River and returned to the Middle World. Many of his old friends and friends knew that he was going to ascend to the vast thousand domains and had been waiting in the Heaven Wasteland domain to send him off. The tiger, Qing Qing, Little Fox, the Golden Lion Brothers, Yan Beichen, Mingzhan, Demonist Ji, Skywolf, Yunju, Yang Ruoxu, Xie Qingqing, and Lin Xuanji of the Heaven Wasteland sect were all there. Everyone gathered in the main hall, drinking and chatting merrily. They tried not to talk about the departure, but there was a hint of sadness in everyone's eyes. Everyone knew that it would be extremely difficult for them to meet Suzimo after his departure. Even if they could all step into the martial emperor realm and ascend to the vast thousand domains, it was unknown whether they could gather together. Moreover, it was so lively today. Sigh. All of you have left, and I'm the only one left. Lin Xuanji pretended to be sad and sighed. Brother Lin, are you not going to ascend? Suzimo asked with a smile. Of course, I'm going to the vast thousand domains. Lin Xuanji replied, with the heavy responsibility of Enigma Palace on my shoulders, I'll definitely head up and take a look. I'll record everything in the great thousand world and pass it on to the future generations. Suzimo smiled. He looked at Yunju and asked, Is Senior Mo Qing still in seclusion? Mo Qing didn't show up this time. Brother Su, you're only thinking of Sister Mo Qing now. Yunju rolled her eyes at him with a faint smile. Then, Yunju raised her hand and handed a scroll to Suzimo. Sister Mo Qing said she doesn't like these kinds of parting occasions, so she won't come to see you off. This is her gift to you. If you don't remember little sister Mo Qing, I don't plan on giving you this gift. Yunju snorted. Suzimo smiled and accepted the scroll. He didn't open it, but instead placed it into his bag of holding. Everyone drank heartily and chatted heartily while laughing without end, and they seemed to have already forgotten that they were about to part. However, all good things must come to an end. Unknowingly, the laughter was mixed with some sobbing. Although they were trying their best to suppress it, how could everyone present who had cultivated to this realm not hear it? The commotion in the hall gradually died down. The sobbing sounds became more obvious. Everyone put down their wine glasses one after another and fell silent. Young master. Momo stood behind Suzimo with reddened eyes and a face full of tears. She reached out and gripped the corner of Suzimo's robes tightly, as though she was afraid that he would leave the next moment. Even when the Qinglian and Dragon Phoenix true bodies ascended in Tianhuang mainland, Momo wasn't as sad as she was now. At that time, Wu Dao's true body was still in Pingyang town with her after all. But this time round, she felt terrible about Suzimo's departure. Young master, I'm sorry. I want to be happy too, but I just can't control myself. Momo sobbed. In the 3,000 realms, he was one of the respected Peach and Willow immortals. However, besides Suzumo, he was like an obedient and kind child who could not bear to hurt others, let alone kill. Although Lu Ping did not cry, his eyes were red as well. Suzumo had saved his life and given him a new lease on life. In his heart, he had long regarded Suzumo as the person he respected the most. If you have the chance in the future, come to the great Kiliacosm to look for me. Suzumo patted Momo's shoulder gently and said gently. Momo nodded vigorously. The two of you can cultivate this heavenly sutra of creation. Suzumo handed a sutra to Momo and Lu Ping. For the past 60,000 years, apart from cultivation, he had been guarding the netherworld mainly to deduce and perfect this cultivation technique. The Heavenly Sutra of Creation was a Tao technique that he had created by fusing the immortal, demon, Buddhist, and demon Tao techniques according to his own creation, Qinglian. It was truly a taboo, mystic classic. While he was deducing and writing the Heavenly Sutra of Creation, his understanding of the Tao of creation became deeper and deeper. The world that he condensed was the chaotic world. However, since he started cultivating, most of his Tao techniques came from Qinglian, and his understanding of the Tao of creation was the clearest. After leaving this taboo mystic classic, there was nothing for him to miss in the middle world. Suzumo stood up, raised his wine glass, looked at everyone and said, "Today's gathering is not shallow. If we meet again in the great Kiliacosm in the future, let's drink and chat happily. Suzumo, I'll bid you farewell now." After saying that, Suzumo downed the wine in one gulp. Everyone also raised their glasses and drank. Suzumo took a deep breath, left the Heaven Wasteland Palace, rose into the air, and flew toward the great Kiliacosm under the gazes of everyone. Not long after, Suzumo came to the ruins of the Heavenly Court. Looking at the 9 immortal monuments standing tall, he bowed deeply and continued to fly. Just as he was about to leave the middle world, Suzumo seemed to sense something and looked back. This place was separated by layers of void from Heaven Wasteland Domain. The people of Heaven Wasteland Domain could no longer see his figure and gradually dispersed. But in front of a cave residence of Chinkuan Academy, a woman stood there quietly, looking up in the direction that he left, a snow-white butterfly on her shoulder. Suzumo paused, took out the picture scroll from his storage bag, and slowly unfolded it. It was still a portrait. However, on this picture scroll, there were 2 people, a man and a woman. The man had black hair and green robes, and his eyes were like torches. The woman's blood-red robes reached the ground, and she looked disdainfully at the world. The 2 people on this picture scroll were Suzumo and Daiyu. The attainment of this picture was already extremely high, and there was no difference in detail. It was almost as if the 2 people inside were about to walk out of the picture. More importantly, even the gaze and charm of Suzumo and Daiyu were completely reflected in the picture scroll. In the lower right corner of the picture scroll, there was a line of small words. "I hope that junior brother Su will find her soon and live hand in hand for the rest of his life." Seeing this sentence, Suzumo felt Mo Qing's feelings. She had let go and let go. Suzumo's mood also relaxed. He put away the picture scroll, broke through the barrier of the middle world, and flew all the way. End of this chapter. Chapter 3243. There were tens of thousands of races in the great thousand world, and there were all sorts of strange things. Some regions were vast and boundless, and they were completely covered by seawater. They were ruled by many marine life forms. Some regions were billions of miles wide, and the heat was unbearable. Other than some special life forms and powerful races, it was difficult for other life forms to survive there. Some regions were ruled by strange beasts, and the weak were prey to the strong. There were killings and blood everywhere. In some regions, space overlapped, warped, and mutated like a boundless maze. The large territory in the southeast of the Great Thousand World had beautiful mountains and clear waters, and it had rich vegetation. It had the most types of spiritual herbs and immortal trees in the Great Thousand World, and it was full of vitality. In a forest in the southeast region, there was an extremely wide open area. There were many huge stones piled up around it, and there were mysterious runes carved on them. It looked like a huge altar. In the surrounding forest, there were many figures, and there were many hidden experts emitting powerful auras. Senior Brother Zhou, why did Master send us here to guard this ascension altar? It's so boring. I heard that the seal of the middle world has been broken, and some living beings from the middle world are ascending. Master also sent us here to see if there are any outstanding experts who can be brought to our Xianyue Peak. What's so special about people ascending from the middle world? They're just emperors, and they're nothing in our Xianyue Peak. The two people who spoke had already reached the Tao manifestation realm. In the middle world, they were called great emperors, and in the Great Thousand World, they were called supremacies. Those who can ascend from the middle world can be called geniuses, and they have experienced many battles. If they're of the same level, our Xianyue Peak's emperors might not be a match for them, Senior Brother Zhou continued. Moreover, I heard that there are people from other territories in the Great Thousand World with extraordinary bloodlines, and they even alarmed the people in the sacred grounds. Ah, when the junior brother heard the words sacred grounds, his expression changed, and he seemed to be very wary. No wonder so many forces have been guarding this place all these years. The junior brother looked at the figures hidden in the forest and was secretly shocked. Senior Brother Zhou said, "We're here to complete the sex mission. We're just going through the motions. We might not even meet ascenders, let alone creatures with extraordinary bloodlines." That junior brother said, "If we encounter a talented ascender, our Xianyue Peak won't be weak. After all, we don't have a terrifying power like the sacred grounds." Who said so? Look over there. Hearing this, Senior Brother Zhou chuckled and pointed to another corner of the forest. Two men and a woman stood in the forest. They looked travel-worn and were all Tao manifestation supremacies. Although he had changed his clothes, his face was pale. It was obvious that he had been injured and had not fully recovered. The junior martial brother glanced over and couldn't help but scoff. The primal chaos sacred land was destroyed more than 6 billion years ago. The surviving powerhouses have already scattered, leaving only a few cultivators with low cultivation bases who were lucky enough to survive. Even today, these people still have a trace of hope. They want to protect the name and dignity of the Holy Land. How laughable. This primal chaos palace seems to only have a few tens of thousands of people left, right? That's hundreds of thousands of years ago. Senior Brother Zhou smiled and shook his head. Right now, there are only a few thousand people in the primal chaos palace. The one with the highest cultivation is that Su Rue, who is at the third transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. What primal chaos palace? It only exists in name. Haha, I reckon that in a few years they won't even be able to find a place to stay. The Su Rue that Senior Brother Zhou spoke of was dressed in a white robe. He was slightly older and had a calm demeanor. The two people from the Xianyue Peak talked and didn't hide their voices. Their mocking laughter could be heard clearly in the surroundings. Su Rue seemed to not have heard anything. His face was as calm as water. The young man on his left couldn't hide his anger and clenched his fists. The woman on his right was beautiful and gentle. She sighed softly with a hint of worry in her eyes. What are the people from the primal chaos palace doing here? I don't know. Looking at the three of them, they are lucky to be able to make it here alive. Could it be that the primal chaos palace wants to snatch people from us? As long as the Ascenders aren't idiots who would go to the primal chaos palace. I heard that the primal chaos palace doesn't even have a palace anymore. All that's left is a grass hut. Haha. In the forest, the various forces were talking and laughing without restraint. Hearing the discussions around him, The young man from the primal chaos palace clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He was so furious that he couldn't suppress it anymore. "Senior brother, they—" The young man gnashed his teeth with an indignant expression. Su Rue sighed in his heart. "Meng Shi, don't be angry with them. We're just trying our luck." In fact, he knew that even if there were ascenders, they wouldn't be chosen. They only came here with a trace of hope. Their ancestors came from the primal chaos, sacred ground. Although their cultivation was low back then, they had deep feelings for the primal chaos, sacred ground, and had been guarding it until now. But after the primal chaos, sacred ground was destroyed, more than half of the experts in the sacred ground were killed. Those that survived had scattered and no one knew where they went. The treasures and inheritances in the sacred ground had long been divided. Su Rue and the others had low cultivation. Coupled with the fact that they didn't have any cultivation resources, they couldn't support a force. As time passed, the sea turned into mulberry fields. After all, it had been too long. For more than 6 billion years, countless forces in the southeastern region of the Great Thousand World had risen and fallen. The primal chaos, sacred ground, had also declined. In addition, after the huge upheaval in the Great Thousand World, no one was willing to have anything to do with the primal chaos, sacred ground. Thus, its decline was inevitable. Now that their ancestors had passed away, the so-called primal chaos, sacred ground was only left with a few thousand people. They didn't have a fixed residence and were bitterly holding on. The only thing that made them hold on until now was probably the obsession of their ancestors and a trace of yearning for the primal chaos, sacred ground. Right at this moment, the flying immortal altar suddenly released balls of light. There was an ascender. In the forest, figures appeared one after another and gathered around the flying immortal altar. They stared at the center of the altar without blinking. Not long after, a figure appeared. This ascender was dressed in a wide green robe. His hair and beard were white, and his face was old. His body emitted a gloomy aura, and it was obvious that he didn't have much lifespan left. When the surrounding experts saw this green-robed elder, they were stunned for a moment before shaking their heads. "He's actually a supremacy. It's a pity that his lifespan is almost up. He only has tens of thousands of years left. Even if he has enough origin stones, he won't be able to make continuous breakthroughs and step into the Tao comprehending state. He's so old. Yet he still wants to ascend to the Great Thousand World. He should just retire down there. What's he doing up here?" Everyone pursed their lips and dispersed, no longer paying attention to this green-robed elder. No one was willing to waste time and cultivation resources on this old man who was past his prime. To the experts' knowledge, ascenders were all imperial emperors. They had never seen a supremacy who had ascended, let alone been to the middle world. They also didn't know that in the middle world, the combat power and lifespan of a supremacy would be limited. Now, although the green-robed elder didn't seem to have much time left, as long as he manifested his Tao seal in the Great Thousand World, his lifespan would skyrocket. End of chapter. Chapter 3244. Su Zimo stood on the flying immortal altar, not in a hurry to manifest a Tao seal. Instead, he spread out his divine sense and scanned his surroundings. Towering ancient trees grew in the surrounding forest, and many figures were hidden in the shadows of these ancient trees. So many people. Su Zimo only took a quick glance and saw thousands of figures. Moreover, these figures were dressed in different clothes, and they obviously came from different forces. This is the Great Thousand World. Su Zimo took a deep breath. The surrounding cultivation environment was indeed different from the middle world. In this world, he could not only feel the spirit qi of the lesser world, but also a large amount of yuan qi of the universe. Of course, among the large amount of spirit qi and yuan qi, there were also wisps of thin Genesis qi. It was indeed different from the middle world. Su Zimo had just ascended to the Great Thousand World and did not rashly absorb the Genesis qi between heaven and earth. Given his current body, which had fused with Qinglian and Red Lotus, if he really cultivated with all his strength, it would most likely cause a big commotion. Su Zimo had experienced countless dangers in the middle world. Just because of Qinglian's true body, he had been schemed against and narrowly escaped death. After coming to the Great Thousand World, he had become more cautious and even deliberately hid his strength. Back then, the black-robed man in the Nether Blood Sea wanted to reforge the Qinglian and Red Lotus swords. Su Zimo did not hesitate for too long and sent the two swords over. There was another important reason. The two swords, after being reforged, covered the original characteristics of the sword, and others could not infer his origin from these two swords. In the Great Thousand World, everything was unknown. Moreover, in the War of the Heavens, he had become enemies with the masters of the heavenly court, including the Brahma ghost mother. According to the black-robed man, these people should be saints. Su Zimo did not want to expose his whereabouts and be targeted by these people after just ascending. Therefore, in the eyes of the various forces in the forest, the green-robed elder on the altar was at a loss. His hair was white and his face was yellow. After such a torment, he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He would not live for long. In the Great Thousand World, cultivation resources were also extremely scarce. The various forces did not want to waste cultivation resources on a person who was about to die. This old man is still a human. I wonder how he managed to ascend to our side. Who cares? He won't live for long anyway. In his current state, he might not even be able to walk out of this forest alive. Su Zimo heard the sounds of discussion coming from the surrounding forest. Senior Brother Su, this old man is really pitiful. Why don't we let him come with us? The female cultivator from the Primal Chaos Palace said softly. Meng Shi frowned slightly, feeling conflicted in his heart. He said, Senior Sister Qin, this old man is so old. Even if he comes to our Primal Chaos Palace, he won't live for long. Su Rue fell silent for a while before he said, It's not that I don't want to take him in, but our Primal Chaos Palace can only be considered a third-grade force. We wander around the southeastern territory and do not have a fixed location. This old man might not be willing to follow us. Meng Shi added, Furthermore, we came here from afar and passed through dozens of prefectures along the way. If we bring this old man back, I'm afraid that he will be a burden to us. The female cultivator with the surname Qin looked at the green-robed elder and said softly, But if we ignore him, this old man knows nothing about the Great Thousand World. I'm afraid that he won't even be able to walk out of this forest. Meng Shi wanted to say more, but Su Rue shook his head and sighed. Sigh, let's ask that old man for his opinion and let him choose. The female cultivator with the surname Qin smiled and walked toward the green-robed elder. She cupped her hands and said, I'm Chen Qianhe of the Primal Chaos Palace. How should I address you? Su Zimo. Su Zimo replied. During the War of the Heavens, he used the name of Araki Takashi to fight against the masters of the heavenly courts. He suppressed several people and destroyed the heavenly courts. Araki Takashi's name was too famous. Out of caution, Su Zimo did not mention his Taoist name. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can come to the Primal Chaos Palace to cultivate. Qianhe said, It's just that the Primal Chaos Palace is not considered a big force in the southeastern territory, and there aren't many people. I wonder if you... Before Su Zimo could reply, a burst of mocking laughter came from the forest. The Primal Chaos Palace has really declined. No one wants to join them. They won't even let off a dying person. What nonsense are you spouting? They might be relying on this dying man to restore the glory of the Primal Chaos Holy Land. Haha, when that time comes, we can be considered witnesses. A burst of mocking laughter was heard. Qianhe's face turned red, and she looked embarrassed. She lowered her head and did not say anything. Primal Chaos Palace? Primal Chaos Sacred Land? Initially, Su Zimo was not interested in the factions of the Great Kiliacosm. However, when he heard that, he made a decision. Thank you for your generosity, fellow Taoist. I am willing to go to the primal Chaos Palace. Su Zimo cupped his fists and answered, Come with me. Qianhe nodded and turned to leave, as if she wanted to leave this place quickly so that she would not be mocked by the people around her. She brought Su Zimo to meet the other two people from the primal Chaos Palace, Su Rui and Meng Shi. Su Rui was at the third transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. Meng Shi and Su Zimo were at the same realm, the first transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. Qianhe was at the second transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. When Su Rui saw Su Zimo coming over, he nodded and smiled. Meng Shi's attitude was neither warm nor cold. He merely glanced at him without greeting him. Qianhe said, Fellow Taoist Su, you've just ascended. I'm sure you have many questions about the great Kiliacosm. Let's talk as we walk. As she spoke, she took out a spirit boat from her storage bag and gestured for Su Zimo to board. Su Zimo glanced at it. Qianhe's spirit boat was a little damaged. It was not as good as the one he had obtained from the storage bags of the heavenly court lords during the War of the Heavens. Su Zimo did not say anything. After Su Rui and Meng Shi boarded the spirit boat, he also followed. Meng Shi steered the spirit boat and made several turns, as if deliberately avoiding something, and headed out of the forest. Qianhe explained, Fellow Taoist Su, the great Kiliacosm is very different from the middle world. Although you have cultivated to the sovereign stage in the great Kiliacosm, you can't break the void and use teleportation techniques. Su Zimo nodded inwardly. This was something he had long expected. When he ascended from the small Kiliacosm to the middle world, there was a similar situation. The higher the level of the world, the greater the energy, the more stable the space. For example, in the great Kiliacosm, there was not only spiritual qi, yuan qi, and genesis qi. The space formed was very difficult to shake. Waving her hand, Qianhe retrieved a rock from the ground beneath her and handed it to Su Zimo. It's not just the stability of space. Even the most ordinary rock in the greater world is far tougher than a middle world after being exposed to the environment of the greater world for a long time. Even with my cultivation, I can't crush it. Su Zimo showed a trace of curiosity. He took the stone and examined it in his palm. It was indeed the most ordinary stone. Su Zimo took out an emperor weapon from the middle world from his storage bag and slammed it on the stone. Sparks flew, but the stone was intact. Ha, this old man still doesn't believe me. Meng Shi turned around and chuckled. Su Rui looked ahead and observed the surroundings. Qianhe did not think much of the scene. Be careful. Su Rui seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly warned. Qianhe also stood up and looked over. Su Zimo glanced at the stone in his palm. He flipped his palm and suddenly exerted force. The stone silently turned into a pile of gravel and sand and slowly fell through the gaps between his fingers. End of chapter. Chapter 32:45. Su Rui and the other two stared at the spirit-devouring flower below the spirit vessel with grim expressions and did not notice Su Zimo's subtle action. Spirit-devouring flowers existed in Tianhuang mainland as well. However, compared to this one, they were way too insignificant. The spirit-devouring flower was dozens of feet tall, and its edges were jagged, resembling 2 rows of sharp fangs. It opened its mouth wide and wanted to devour the spirit vessel. As Qianhe had said, everything in the greater thousand world, including life, was unusually strong. Su Rui took a step forward and controlled the spirit vessel to avoid the attack range of the spirit-devouring flower by a hair's breadth. Increasing its speed, it turned into a streak of light and fled the place. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief only after they were out of the attack range of the spirit-devouring flower. Qianhe sat back down and caught sight of the sand beside Su Zimo's feet. However, she did not think much of it. After all, they had just escaped danger, and there was still lingering fear. Qianhe looked at Su Zimo. In the greater thousand world, especially the southeast territory, most plants possess sentience, and some of them are even extremely aggressive. Su Zimo nodded with a calm expression. The spirit-devouring flower was not much of a threat to him. He was Qinglian, and the moment he released his bloodline, there was a natural bloodline suppression against living beings of the plant race. That bloodline suppression came from the depths of his soul. It was like a captive dog. Even if it had never seen a ferocious beast like a tiger, it would still tremble in fear the first time it saw one. Su Zimo asked, "What's the relationship between the Chaos Palace and the Chaos Sacred Ground, fellow Taoist?" At the mention of that, Qianhe sighed gently. "It's just some legends passed down from our ancestors. Initially, there was a Chaos Sacred Ground in the Southeast Territory. However, it was destroyed due to a huge upheaval, and our ancestors wandered about and gradually declined. Now, the only thing left is the name of the Chaos Palace." Su Zimo nodded silently. The huge upheaval that Qianhe mentioned should have something to do with the destruction in his inherited memories. The black-robed man had said something similar as well. "What Tao do you cultivate, fellow Taoist?" Qianhe asked. "The Tao of Chaos," Su Zimo replied. Qianhe was stunned for a moment. Su Rue looked at him in astonishment. Meng Shirshir laughed weirdly and wanted to say something. However, he was stopped by Su's gaze and pouted. Su Zimo asked, "What's the problem?" "Fellow Taoist, you cultivate the Tao of primal chaos. You do have some fate with our primal chaos palace." Qianhe smiled bitterly, hesitating to speak. "You ascended too, fellow Taoist." Qianhe paused for a moment, then explained, "If you were to ascend as a world-level cultivator, you would be able to choose a relatively easy grand Tao to train in. World-level cultivators were equivalent to emperors." Qianhe said, "The 3,000 great Taos have different strengths and weaknesses. The difficulty of cultivation is also different. It Taoist Tao to Tao its T have the strength of it, of Tao of it of realm was not, of the of it be." Even if he chose another Tao, it was too late. Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. For others, Tao of Chaos might be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But for him, it was the easiest Tao to cultivate. He had fused with Qinglian of creation and the red karmic fire lotus. He also possessed the legacy memories of Chaos Qinglian. Although they were incomplete and intermittent, he still had a natural advantage when it came to cultivating the Tao of Chaos. Not long after, the four of them passed through the forest, and the sky gradually darkened. Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, "Do greater kiliacosms have a cycle of day and night?" Qianhe nodded. "Every 12 hours, there will be a cycle of day and night." The cycle of day and night was extremely similar to Tianhuang mainland. However, Su Zimo did not see the sun, moon, or stars when he looked up at the sky. If there's no sun and moon, why is there a cycle of day and night? Su Zimo asked again. Qianhe shook her head. "I don't know either. It's just that the greater kiliacosm has been like this ever since I descended." Su Zimo asked more about the greater kiliacosm, and Qianhe answered him one by one patiently. At the side, Meng Shi was a little impatient and could not help but mutter, "What's the point of telling him so much? He doesn't have many years left to live." "Junior brother Meng," Qianhe hollered softly before turning to Su Zimo with an apologetic expression. "Junior brother Meng is straightforward. Fellow Taoist, please don't take it to heart. Your lifespan—" Qianhe wanted to say something comforting, but did not know what to say when she looked at Su Zimo's aged face. "Fellow Taoist, here's an origin stone. Take it and cultivate first." After a moment, as though she had made a decision, Qianhe took out an origin stone from her storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. "Senior's sister." "Qianhe," Meng Shi exclaimed when he saw that. Even Su Rue, who always had a calm demeanor, could not help but frown. Meng Shi was a little anxious and hurriedly said, Senior sister, this origin stone is so precious. You only have a few left, and you're still giving it to him. Su Rue also said in a deep voice, Chinha, this fellow Taoist's lifespan is almost up. No matter how many origin stones he has, he won't be able to make a breakthrough. You should keep the origin stone for yourself. It's fine. It's just an origin stone. Chinha pretended to be relaxed and smiled. She did not know why, but she could not help but have a good impression of the white-haired Su Zimo. It was as though she had seen a relative. Perhaps he has father's shadow in him. Chinha thought so. Seeing that the three of them did not seem to be faking it, Su Zimo was surprised. The primal chaos sacred land had fallen into such a miserable state after its decline. He still had more than 100 origin stones in his storage bag. They were all seized from the heavenly court during the War of the Heavens back then. He only had a few left after cultivating for many years. From the looks of it, Su Rue and the other two probably did not have more than 100 origin stones. Origin stones in the Great Thousand World are so rare. Ask Su Zimo. Su Rue explained. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. It's just that our primal chaos palace is not strong enough to occupy the origin stones. Therefore, we don't have many origin stones with us. If you regret joining the primal chaos palace, it's not too late to leave now. Meng sure snorted. Su Zimo was not annoyed when he heard that and dismissed it with a smile. It was not easy for the three of them to still be able to hold on when the primal chaos sacred land had fallen into such a state. You're right. I do have fate with the primal chaos palace. Smiling faintly, Su Zimo said meaningfully. Su Zimo did not reject the origin stones that Chinha handed over and placed them in his storage bag. Everyone was still in a hurry. According to Chinha, the journey would not be safe, so Su Zimo did not dare to cultivate rashly. At the very least, he had to settle down before he could cultivate in seclusion and release all the energy that he had accumulated over the years. He had been in the netherworld for 60,000 years and had actually broken through to the first transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. However, he was restricted by the laws of heaven and earth and could not manifest it. Moreover, he had integrated with a grade 12 red karmic fire lotus before he ascended. End of chapter. Chapter 3246. Su Rue and the other two took turns to steer the spirit boat out of the forest, heading in the same direction. Day and night alternated, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Speaking of which, Su Rue and the other two had passed through more than 10 prefectures on their way here. When the three of them arrived at the Ascension altar, they were all injured. But on their way back, it was a daunting experience without any mishaps. According to Chinha, there were a total of 108 prefectures in the southeast of the Great Thousand World, all of which were originally occupied by the plant race. After the upheaval 6 billion years ago, the primal chaos sacred ground was destroyed, and the southeast was in a mess. Experts from other races gradually rose, and the plant race declined day by day. Today, the 108 prefectures were considered first-rate forces in the Great Thousand World, and most of them were ruled by powerful beings from other races. As for the human race, their status was extremely low among the thousands of races in the Great Thousand World. The human race was born weak, and their bloodline was ordinary. They were at the bottom of the thousands of races, and they were even inferior to the plant race. This situation was similar in the Lesser Thousand World and Middle Thousand World. However, the human race would often give birth to some peerless experts that could suppress the thousands of races. Chinha also mentioned that there were 33 heavens in the northwest of the Great Thousand World, and they were ruled by a powerful race called the Heavenly Human Race. Legend had it that the Heavenly Human Race was extremely powerful. When they were born, they were close to the Great Tao, and their cultivation speed was extremely fast. This was what Chinha heard from her ancestors, and she didn't know the details. The three of them had never left the southeast of the Great Thousand World, and they had never seen the real heavenly human race. On this day, the four of them finally entered the territory of the Canopy State. Su Zimo sat on the spirit boat, and when he looked down, he couldn't help but laugh. As far as the eye could see, there was a large cluster of colorful mushrooms that covered the mountains and plains. There were large mushrooms that soared into the sky like a huge canopy covering the sky. There were colorful butterflies flying, giant pythons coiling, and many poisonous spiders weaving webs in the corners. There were many living beings living on it, and it was like a small world. Su Zimo and the others passed by below. Compared to it, they were as small as ants. Some of the mushrooms were only the size of a finger, and their shapes were mostly the same. Looking down from above and surveying the surroundings, they really did seem like numerous canopies that stood on this boundless land. Of course, there were other types of vegetation in the Konagai state, but the mushrooms were the majority. Chun Chinha said, "These mushroom groups in the Konagai state are not very aggressive. Generally, they will not take the initiative to attack other races. However, you have to be careful. Some mushrooms are highly toxic and should not be touched." According to our ancestors, when the sacred land of chaos was still around and the Floral clan was at its peak, a Tao master expert came to the Canopy Gai state and ate a poisonous mushroom by mistake. Su Zimo nodded secretly. It was a poisonous mushroom, but it could poison an expert like Tao master. It was indeed powerful. Fellow Taoist Su, after reaching the primal chaos palace, you must remember not to walk around casually and stay too far away. Chun Chinha warned again. There are many types of poisonous mushrooms in Canopy Gai state. Some of them can be recognized at a glance, but some are good at disguising themselves. They look harmless, but are actually extremely poisonous. If you accidentally touch it, your life will be in danger. Su Zimo nodded and replied casually. When Su Rue saw that Su Zimo did not seem to think much of it, he could not help but frown and remind him, "Fellow Taoist Su, even if we stay here for a long time, we can't recognize all the types of poisonous mushrooms, let alone you who just ascended to the greater world." Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. Although he could not recognize the types of poisonous mushrooms, he was Qinglian and had the bloodline of the Qinglian. There were no poisonous mushrooms that could poison him. Furthermore, he could tell whether a mushroom was poisonous with a single glance. After entering the Konagai state, the spirit vessel was handed over to Su Rue. With a grim expression, he shuttled through the many mushrooms carefully, trying his best to avoid the colorful ones as he advanced slowly. They only arrived at the Primal Chaos Palace a few days later. The so-called Primal Chaos Palace did not have an actual palace. It was just hundreds of simple straw huts scattered in the mountains, looking extremely shabby. Senior brother Su and the others are back. When they saw Su Rue and the other two, a few people shouted from the crowd below. Some cultivators stood up and went up to welcome them. Su Zimo's gaze swept across the crowd. There were only about 3,000 people below, and almost all of them had gained sentience from plants and had taken human form. Their cultivation levels were different. Some of them were at the mystic immortal or earth immortal realm, while some had reached the grotto heavenly king realm or even the world realm. Apart from Su Rue and the other two, there was only one other person who had reached the Tao manifestation realm. He was an honest-looking middle-aged man whose true form was an ancient locust tree. He was at the second transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. "Senior Brother Pan, there are fewer people?" Meng Shi asked with a frown as soon as Su Rue and the others landed. The honest-looking Senior Brother Pan rubbed his palms and said, "We did not occupy the origin mine, so we lack cultivation resources. Some people could not hold on and left to find another way." "This is..." Senior Brother Pan looked at Su Zimo, who was slowly walking down from the spirit vessel, and asked, "He is an ascender that we received. His name is Su Zimo." Chun Chin has said, "Fellow Taoist Su, this is Senior Brother Pan Mu." Su Zimo cupped his fists towards Pan Mu and greeted him. Pan Mu grinned, then looked at Meng Shi with a puzzled expression. He did not understand why the three of them had received such an old man who was at the end of his life. Humph! Meng sure snorted in annoyance. They had gone through so much danger and made this trip, but not only did they not gain anything, they even brought back a burden. Pan Mu seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Recently we have been targeted by the Black Rat sect. Those scoundrels might come at any moment. Our Chaos Palace did not occupy any origin mines. Why are they looking for trouble?" Meng Shi felt indignant. "Why don't we leave? Let's not get into any conflict with the Black Rat sect." Chen Qianhe looked around, her eyes dimming. She said softly, "These people from the Chaos Palace probably won't be able to withstand any more fighting. But if we keep running like this, when will it end?" Pan Mu sighed. Su Rue gripped his fists, and a resolute look flashed through his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Black Rat sect is merely a third-grade faction with more supremacies. If they dare to come at us, I'll deal with them. In the greater Thousand World, factions with Dao Venerables could be considered as first-grade factions. Only those with Heavenly Venerables could be considered as second-grade factions. For example, the Chaos Palace, where the strongest cultivators were supremacies, was a third-grade faction. Senior Brother Su, but your injuries..." Qianhe frowned slightly. "It's fine." Su Rue took a deep breath of air and looked at everyone around him, declaring loudly, "As long as we endure through this period of time, we'll have a chance to see the light. Once I take another step forward and enter the Dao Enlightenment realm, our Chaos Palace will have the strength to stand firm here, and our situation will definitely get better." There were only a few responses. In fact, many followers no longer harbored much hope for the Chaos Palace. Without sufficient cultivation resources, it would not be easy for them to enter the Dao Enlightenment realm. The so-called sacred ground might truly be nothing more than a legend. End of chapter. Chapter 3247. Everyone dispersed, but each of them had their own thoughts. No one knew just where the future path of the primal Chaos Palace lay. Even Su Rue himself was worried about it. Perhaps the legacy of the Chaos Sacred Grounds would vanish in their generation. Meng Shi remained silent. Pan Mu looked at Su Rue and the other two with a hint of guilt in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Qianhe forced a smile and said, "We'll deal with whatever comes our way. There's always a way out. As long as we work together, we'll be able to get through this." After a moment, Qianhe thought of Su Zimo beside him and walked closer, whispering, "Fellow Taoist Su, I'm sure you can see that the future of the Chaos Palace is uncertain. If you want to leave, we won't stop you. However, it's dangerous outside. Fellow Taoist, you have to be extremely careful since you're alone. He won't live for long anyway." Meng Shi pursed his lips and thought to himself. However, when he thought of the danger that the Chaos Palace was about to face, he was no longer in the mood to mock Su Zimo. "Let's do it here." Su Zimo smiled and said, "I'll find a secluded place to cultivate. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry. Come with me." Qianhe nodded and brought Su Zimo to a cave in the back mountain. "Although it's simple here, it can block your vision. Fellow Taoist, if you hear a battle erupting in front of the mountain, you can escape on your own." Then Qianhe hesitated for a moment and seemed to have made a decision. She took out 5 origin stones from her storage bag and stuffed them into Su Zimo's arms. "These are all for you. I'm afraid I won't be able to use them in the future." With that, Qianhe turned and left. "Are you guys going to fight to the death with Black Rat sect?" Su Zimo's voice sounded behind her. Qianhe's back was facing Su Zimo as she sighed deeply. "All these years, we've been running for our lives like treading on thin ice. I've had enough of it. All these years, the few of them had been bitterly holding on and were already exhausted. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to feel guilty. You've just ascended and are not considered a member of the Chaos Palace. No one will blame you if you leave now." Qianhe did not stop and soon disappeared around the corner of the mountain. Su Zimo looked around. This place was separated from the primal chaos palace by a mountain. It was indeed a quiet place. He entered the cave and sat down cross-legged. After ascending, it was only now that he had the time to cultivate. Over the past month, although Su Zimo did not cultivate, he secretly sensed the many changes in his Tao techniques after coming to the great wide world. The so-called Tao manifestation realm was to condense a Tao seal in one's own world. With the help of this seal, his flesh, blood, and primordial spirit would undergo a metamorphosis, and he would be reborn. At the Tao manifestation realm, he had truly come into contact with the power of the Tao. The higher one's cultivation base was, the greater the gap between each small realm. If he wanted to fight someone of a higher level, it would be even more difficult. Back in the dimensional realm, Su Zimo, who had just entered the Dharch realm, had an essence soul that was comparable to a great emperor's. In other words, he was a supremacy at the first transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. Later on, when he became a great emperor in the middle thousand realms, due to the limitations of the heavenly Tao, the power of his primordial spirit was unable to break through this upper limit. After coming to the great wide world, his essence soul realm was gradually released. Now he was considered to be at the first transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. However, his essence soul realm had already reached the third transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. In the great wide world, it was unimaginable for an essence soul realm to surpass someone of the same level by two small realms. One had to know that Su Zimo had only reached that level after fusing with the red karmic fire lotus. Su Zimo propped up a world and manifested a Tao seal. His body trembled as massive life force surged into his body. His lifespan increased instantly. His white hair turned black. His originally aged face turned young once more. His face was rosy and he had delicate features. His white beard fell off as well. The lifespan of an ordinary supremacy was 100 million years. However, after Su Zimo came to the great wide world and manifested a Tao seal, his lifespan increased to 500 million years. Of course, that was not the only change in his body. After presiding over the netherworld for 60,000 years, he had accumulated an endless amount of power in his body. At that moment, without the suppression of the heaven and earth laws and Su Zimo, all of it was released. Fusing with the grade 12 red karmic fire lotus also transformed Qinglian's true body at the same time. A massive amount of power exploded within Su Zimo's body, like a volcano erupting. Su Zimo was bathed in the karmic fire. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ball of fire, and his cultivation soared at an unimaginable speed. Before long, he broke through to the second transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. Flesh transformation. A series of crackling sounds came from Su Zimo's body. His bloodline surged, and there was the faint sound of a tsunami. Qinglian's true body was reborn once more. His essence soul realm increased as well and reached the Tao comprehension realm, the level of a heavenly venerable. His aura was rising continuously as well. In just a single night, Su Zimo had already cultivated to the peak of the flesh transformation realm. The first light of dawn shone on Su Zimo's delicate face. His body trembled slightly once more. A sound came from within his body. He continued to break through. The third transformation of the Tao manifestation realm. Essence spirit transformation. After cultivating to this stage, Su Zimo's essence spirit transformed once more. His cultivation realm also soared as he advanced another level to the level of a great heavenly venerate. Over the past few days, according to Qin Qianhe, there were 3 minor realms in the Tao comprehension realm. Small success, large success, and perfection. The 3 minor realms corresponded to different titles: Heavenly Venerate, Great Heavenly Venerate, and Supreme Heavenly Venerate. The meaning of supremacy was the most extreme. Although Su Zimo had stayed in the middle world for 60,000 years, his cultivation did not fall because of it. After ascending to the great wide world, without the restrictions of the heaven and earth laws, He broke through 2 minor realms in less than a day. His cultivation continued to rise. As time passed, he gradually cultivated to the peak of the 3rd transformation of the Tao manifestation realm before stopping. In order to enter the Tao comprehension realm and become a heavenly venerate, one did not need resources like origin stones. More importantly, one needed to comprehend the great Tao and touch the essence of the Tao. Some people might not be able to break through this bottleneck their entire lives and be unable to see the essence of the Tao. Some people might be able to comprehend the Tao and become a heavenly venerate through a series of coincidences. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. They came so quickly. He sensed an army of tens of thousands of cultivators heading over to surround them. Most of them were from the black rat race. Although they had transformed into human form, they looked shifty and were the easiest to recognize. Although Su Zimo was only at the 3rd transformation of the Tao manifestation realm, his essence spirit had reached the large success of the Tao comprehension realm and was comparable to a great heavenly venerate. Therefore, he could see the newcomers clearly with a sweep of his divine perception. At that moment, no one in the Chaos Palace had noticed anything. Su Rui, Meng Shi, and Chen Qianhao were recuperating in seclusion. Pan Mu, who looked simple and honest, was pacing back and forth at the door. He was uneasy and his behavior was a little strange. From time to time, he would look into the distance as if he was anxious.